2.30 Charles.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday morning. We got to go into some breaking news real quick. We got a press conference coming up from that manhunt. So we'll be going to that live right now. I'll say hello as we get in to this press conference here.
Thank you very much again for joining us. My name is Mike Sostruck. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in the state of Maine. We are going to give some further details from an operational
Good morning,
standpoint,
everybody.
what happened overnight and kind of where we're going from here. But before we do that, I would like to ask Chief St. Pierre to come back up and join us and kind of touch on the Lewiston experience overall. Chief?
Let me get another source here because this audio
Thank you, Mike,
is
and
not
good
good.
morning, members of the media and the public who are watching closely as law enforcement continues to work diligently on this rapidly evolving investigation. The safety of our community remains paramount. I want to assure all that a tremendous amount of law enforcement manpower, time, and effort is being utilized around the clock, literally around the clock, in every effort to apprehend the suspect as well as to safeguard this community. As the Chief of the Lewiston, Maine Police Department, I am from literally around this nation. And I am extremely thankful for the community's outpouring of support.
Let me know if this is better.
This tense and trying time. I extend my deepest appreciation for all of our law enforcement partners who have responded from literally around this nation. Again, I will ask the community to be as patient as possible with this process, realizing that there are many moving parts.
Good morning,
and
Kip
coordination
Kitty.
of efforts
Katrina.
involved between multiple agencies.
Storm Dancer.
The
Scarlet.
viewers,
What
with
the
the readers, and that's going to help everybody.
As well as to safeguard this community. As the Chief of the Lewiston, Maine Police Department, I am extremely thankful for the community's outpouring of support as this investigation proceeds forward.
I don't know what happened there.
Would
Good
also
morning,
like to
Scarlet.
acknowledge and thank
Kelly Miller.
many businesses, restaurant owners, individuals who have provided meals and other essential items to support an investigation of this magnitude. Following this press conference,
Good morning,
details
Tracy.
will be shared regarding counseling locations, where somebody can make a donation if necessary or asked, and the hosting of several different vigils. On behalf of the hundreds of law enforcement officers who have descended upon our great city over the last 3 days, we want to extend our heartfelt support as well as our sympathies to the victims and families involved in this senseless tragedy. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So I guess for starters,
Good morning, Caddy.
I want to make sure that we always take a moment to acknowledge the victims, their families, and how this is negatively impacting the state of Maine, the city of Lewiston, and really
What's
our
up,
entire
Devil Dome?
country. But we know when these things occur around our country, we are all so incredibly focused on what happened, and then we try to get to the why. And there are certainly times when we can't quite.
What the fuck is going on here? Why does it keep doing this? The fuck was...
And it's all taken care of. But for that, so I guess in the process within which we work, we have to take our time. We're going to be our entire country. But we know when these things occur around our, just for starters,
Okay, shit's freezing up here. Shit is freezing up here. Like even StreamYard.
I want to make sure that we always in a search
What
warrant
the
or arrest warrant or whatever that looks like.
Can I just play it from where I want to fucking play it, yo? What the
Appreciate
fuck?
that. So I guess for starters,
It keeps
I want to make
skipping
sure
ahead.
that we always take a moment to acknowledge the victims, their families, and how this is negatively impacting the state of Maine, the city of Lewiston, and really our entire country. But we know when these things
What's up, Sarah?
occur around our country, we are all so incredibly focused on what happened, and then we try to get to the why. And there are certainly times when we can't quite figure out the why, because every one of these situations is so tragic, so outside of the norm, that it makes it difficult for community members of all types, in all locations, East Coast, West Coast, it doesn't matter, to fathom how these kind of things could occur in the greatest country in the world. So we're going to continue to work towards that. And as a piece of this, I wanted to come in and really speak to the partnership that we are committed to have with you. And as we start to really flow into an operational period, we have more of a pattern to see what we're doing day in and day out. I'm going to commit to you to have a morning briefing every day at 10 o'clock right here in this location. As you can imagine, some of those briefings may be longer than others, but I want you to know that you're going to see us in the morning. So then we're going to go over what happened overnight, and we're going to kind of talk about what the plan of the day is. And I'll speak to that plan of the day here in just a second. I will also say that we will certainly be considering afternoon briefings as well. If something new came up or something that we believe would be helpful for you to know and the communities to know, then we'll get back to you. Either way, you will receive a communication from our PIO, Shannon Moss, either saying we're going to have a briefing or we're not. So you kind of have some idea what your day and your afternoon is going to look like as well. So I would also say that these daily briefings, as you can imagine, will be more operational in nature, that our families, our communities, our loved ones are always going to be in the forefront of our mind and certainly in our hearts. But we do want to talk to you about this is what we're going to do, this is what we did, because I know that's incredibly important to you. And then you're going to share that appropriately with your viewers, with your readers,
And that's going to help everybody start that healing process as well. I know that information is power. You also know that there are going to be times that I won't be able to give you all the information that you need, or certainly that you want. And that won't be done because we're just not going to tell them. That's going to be done because from an operational standpoint or a tactical standpoint, there are safety concerns that I have for our first responders and that we all have for our community members. So please keep that in mind. And I will go back to like a Q&A kind of a period. We want to allow that opportunity, and we're going to try to do the best we can. But if in my mind the math starts leading to
What's up,
well, you
Caddy?
ask 10
What's up,
questions
Randy?
and I can't answer 9 of them, then maybe that's counterproductive to a certain extent. So we're going to try to front load as much information as we can, again, with these particular sessions. So that is kind of the plan moving forward. And to speak to today's briefing in particular, I would tell you that the overnight hours, and we are on 24/7, and we will be until the suspect in this case, again, is brought to justice. So overnight, our officers, our investigators, and that's investigating, I say our, I'm talking about local, county, state, federal, all of our partners, been continuing to work 530 plus tips and leads.
What's up, Crystal?
That have come in from the general public, from a number of communities, a number of different relationships. And as you can imagine, those vary greatly, depending on that individual's knowledge of what happens and what they want us to do about that.
Oh, my lord.
So we're continuing
All right.
to
We're
check
gonna-
those things off the list as we go.
We can sit here for the next 20 minutes listening to the same shit over and over. Rambling. They ain't got nothing. I looked. I don't see any aircraft in the area right now really doing anything important. There was a note that was left behind. We'll go through a couple videos real quick. But this part here, they're getting into the map or something. I don't know. Let's see what it says.
And we're going to try to share some of that information with you. So as we discussed that, we have some maps and some additional information
There we go.
here with us right now.
Come on.
I will talk about a couple of these locations here to the best of my ability. Obviously, there's a lot of us here, and this isn't ideal as far as these maps go. But if you look at this boat launch overview as an example, this dot here is that Lisbon boat launch area that we've discussed. That's where the suspect's vehicle was located.
He left a note for his son, yo. I mean,
located ultimately. That
right,
Kimberly. Station wagon. And I will also say that
right? It's 2023.
Maps, but this QR code here,
What is going on?
And whether you can get it from your seats or come up after the fact, will give the digital version of those, so you have those readily available. You certainly understand how all of that works. So we talk about that boat launch area, and that particular location is 501 Lisbon Street. Pajebscott Landing. Pajebscott Landing is at this location. I believe we have some of our friends from the media that are out in that area now. And what will happen in this general location today is that we will be putting divers in the water along that Androscoggin River, which you see here. And that's going to look like a couple of different things. So the very first thing that you're going to see out there is you're going to see some air resources that will fly over this particular area. And they're looking to see what can we clear from the air. Do I have to put divers in that particular area, or can I tell from the top, based on the current and how muddy the water is and all those other things, can I see to the very bottom here? So that's going to start this entire process.
Whoa. Can I see to the... What'd he do? Leave a note for his son saying he was going to tie cinder blocks to his feet? Can I see all the way to the bottom? Yeah, he left a self-unalive note He left a cell phone alive note for his son. And now they're talking like they need to see all the way to the bottom? What do you do? Say he's gonna tie cinder blocks to his feet? What? You go out to this community and you do what you do, but yet you're gonna what? Huh? Oh my! What? What the hell?
Then there's going to be some screening and some divers that are actually in the water that may start on this side by the boat launch and will continue on this side. I would envision at some point that we'll be moving over to these particular locations here for ground searches as well. So that's gonna look like a bunch of different things.
I get that.
So they could be dragging a diver behind them, literally, while that diver is checking for evidence.
Or he could be in fucking Canada. Maybe the note was a distraction. Let's keep looking at the same lake, y'all. maybe it was a distraction. What the heck? Oh my gosh. What is it? Like these communities. Oh my gosh. These children out there in these communities that can't even go to frickin' school. Why can't I go to school today, Mom? Well, here's why. A kid that's young enough that they wouldn't even understand what the hell's going on, and you have to like, well, honey. That's the shitty part. The children that are too young to understand, or even just old enough to understand a little bit. When all they want to do is go to school and be with their friends. What the hell?
Evidence, checking for potential bodies. And I would also say that while this is going to look like a major focus today with a lot of people, we have a lot of other irons in the fire. So I'm not here saying that the suspect, we know the suspect is in the water and this is what we're doing. What I'm telling you is you're going to see a lot of activity here, and I'm going to tell you that in advance. We've got nothing to hide in that regard at all. So then you're going to have some sonar as well that's going to be utilized here. And that can look like a couple of different things. A remote operating vehicle, an ROV, is divers would use that. And that will look like a pod under the water. And that is looking for sonar. So picking up shadows, if you will. What does that look like? Could be a log, could be anything under there. And our divers, that dive team, and that, when I say, again, our divers, that's going to be teams from all over the place. Our main warden service is heavily involved in this. We work with them all the time. The Maine State Police dive team will be in the water and will be leading this initiative. So that's what we'll see here with a couple of different kinds of sonar.
So,
and then along the shoreline, you're going to see a line search, if you will. That means literally officers online as they're working that shoreline. And of course, they're looking for evidence. They're looking for anything that may help them down the road. Now, I say you'll see this because for us, we want to make sure that we're working with you. So there's a church parking lot across the road here. And there's also some parking available on this side of the road. Mark Laddie, who's the PIO for the Maine Warden Service, and some officers will be in this area to assist. So if you decide that you want to go to that location to pick up video and see what they're up to, then I think there's some parking opportunities here. This 196.
Dude, how can you talk so much about that little fucking area? I don't understand it. I have like a hair in my microphone or something. How can you talk about one area so much? They must, I don't know, they must have some really good info on why they're so focused on this one area. Because that's a lot of focus on that one area. Are they going to talk about anything else?
Can be busy. This area here happens to be pretty low speed. At least that's what the speed limit is. So we're going to be around there to try to keep that as safe as possible. But we want you to be mindful that we may ask you not to stay in on a railroad trestle, or
Okay, you got
we
other
want you
maps
to
up
get your
there.
coverage
Hold on.
that you think is evidentiary in nature.
Look, if you're interested in watching the whole thing, like usually I do. I'm not today. If you want to watch the whole thing, there's the link. There's like other maps up there, bro. Like, are we going to talk about them or what? What's up?
You think that it would be valuable for us to have, you can upload that information through that link. And that link stems from, we have that in our mind. There is that pluses and minuses chart. It's just kind of active as we kind of work through this thing.
I just skipped ahead like
know that
15
we
minutes.
are actively thinking about that. And truth be told, working with, specifically right here in Lewiston, working with our officials, working with Chief St. Pierre, working with the mayor and others, having conversations about what does that mean, and what is that going to look like this afternoon, tomorrow, and moving forward. So I think that's enough sharing from my end. That's a lot of information to overload you with there. I would want to come back, however, to say that there's a lot of stuff going on here, but what matters to us.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to go nuts. I have never heard the same thing over and over and over after I've skipped. Oh my Lord. This is a mess. This is a mess.
Again, is the safety of our communities, the safety of our residents. We care about each and every one of them, as you do.
And they talked about a lake.
Continue to fight on their
and a road
to bring this individual to justice, because we know that that has an impact on starting that healing process. It's not a slam dunk. It's not, we got them now.
I can't do it. I can't. Listen, I put the link in chat if you want to watch the whole thing. Go ahead. Yeah. All right, hold on. Jeez. I'm going to go to some other information here. Okay. I should have just played this.
Terrorism analyst, former Israeli op vet Aaron Cohn is back with us, and former D.C. Police detective, Fox News contributor Ted Williams. Aaron,
Morning,
let's
Crystal.
get your take. I mean,
Detective.
very predictably, people are already talking about here in the nation's capital about new gun laws. Maine does have some of the more lenient laws on the books for a state in the country, no background check on the purchaser. And they have what they don't have their so-called yellow paper, red flag laws. They're under a lot of controversy tonight. Concealed carry without a permit is limited to people who are 21 or older. However, when you look at the background, what do we see? Somebody recently fired, somebody that clearly had some mental
Oh, he was fired, so therefore he wasn't allowed.
issues, if in fact they have him surrounded tonight. Should this be a gun debate at this time? And what is your take on what law enforcement is doing right now? And why have they not entered that home that they have surrounded?
Lauren, that's well said. It's ridiculous. And it, not even that if it's a setup, it could, the fumbaloo shit, you know? The dude, by the time we were, hell, he could have been in Canada when we were talking about it live a couple nights ago. He could have been in damn Canada by then. It was ridiculous. And then today, I don't know. They must have a lot of, I don't know. They must have a lot of solid information to be focused on a freaking lake and one road that has a low mile per hour speed limit for like an hour. I don't know. The dude's right off the interstate. He could have. So what if he. Who says he didn't steal a car or have another car waiting there? You know? A ditch spot. You go ditch your car, so then you. Come on. I mean, serious. You ditch the car and you already have another one sitting there. What the hell, man? Oh, he left the fucking car at the lake, so therefore he took a boat. Now they gotta search all the way to the bottom. I don't know. They must have some. We'll get into it here for a few, and then we're gonna get into the Idaho4 stuff. I don't know. Don't make sense.
Since this afternoon.
They
I don't
found
think
him.
it's the time right now, Sean.
They found him. No, the vehicle. Crystal, he could have made it to Canada in 2 hours and 40 minutes going on roads that weren't even going through big cities. He could have made it 2 hours and 40 minutes. And they weren't even looking up that way. They called it a multi-state search at first, which means they thought he went south. Other people today or last night when we were talking, hell, he could have made it right around the other way too, even quicker. Sonar. They found him? Hold on. Are we late to... Did they find him? Don't tell me they found him if they didn't find him. Did they? No, they didn't. They're still in the press conference. They didn't find him. No, they're still in a press conference. I'm trying to see if they did. I don't see anything. They did not find him. Let me check flight radar here. No. Oh shit, I just closed out. Oh shit. Shit, where were we at in that video? Here we go. I think.
Inwards and start debating. I don't think this
They
is
didn't find it.
we don't need to be politicizing this right now. We can have those conversations down the road, specifically when it comes to mental health. That to me is the big flag. When someone does get committed and someone has had a breakdown, that's definitely something I'd be looking at. But I don't have a problem with guns, Sean. You don't have a problem with guns as long as you're safe and you're trained with them. I'm all for it. They're great force multipliers, and given the state of the world right now, it's not a bad thing to be able to defend yourself. Moving to the situation right now with that house that's being surrounded. Law enforcement is going to exercise every lead right now. This is an intelligence hunt. They want to know where the suspect is. I'll take you back to 2012. Chris Dorner went on a rampage, started killing cops, ended up booting 2.5 hours up to Big Bear, multiple SWAT teams were on him. Took a long time to get that information, but it's going to move a lot quicker now. We've got cell phones. I've got the photo of the suspect out. He is obviously the main person of interest at this point. So intelligence, number one, making sure that we get every lead. Number two, if in fact he is in that structure right now, and now it's time to slow it down. And when I'm training SWAT teams, this is what we call slow and deliberate. If there's no hostages inside, we go slow. We want to peel that can open nice and tender. But the first thing is, if he's barricaded, and this would be a barricaded subject, if there is no hostages, let's tire him out. Let's start communicating with him. Let's get a throw phone in there, and let's start getting some dialogue going and see if we can get him out alive. And we want to obviously take the suspect into custody alive. I'm putting on my U.S. law enforcement hat here. We're not dealing with terrorism that we know. And you know me, Sean, I don't believe in coincidences when it comes to things happening freakishly at the same time while we're in this monster conflict in Israel. But let's try and talk him out. Let's tire him down. There's no hostages. Let's try and end it peacefully and get him out so we can put some cuffs on him and then make an arrest without anybody else getting killed. If there are hostages, it becomes a different situation. If there's federal laws that were violated here, FBI, HR, National, our hostage rescue team would be on scene. But the good news is that a lot of these agencies, Sean, they've gotten a lot better over the years. Even these smaller agencies, I've been running around training them for close to 20 years. They've got the gear now. They've got the weaponry. They've got the tactics. Their mindset's gotten better. Everyone's in better shape now. It's just the tone has changed. So we just got to let these guys do what they're going to do. And they're going to go in there and they're going to make entry if they have to. And if they do, and there's no hostages, it'll be very slow. It'll be very deliberate. But let's, I'm leaning towards they're going to try to get him to come out.
Aaron, good advice.
Okay, so this is
Ted Williams. Let's get your take. I would assume.
So this is when they were talking about a house. Now they're focused on a lake.
Now to the developing manhunt in Maine, where the shooter accused of killing 18 people on Wednesday night remains on the run this morning.
Hundreds of law enforcement are scouring the state, and yet the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, has avoided capture. Reporter Dan Kraut from our sister station WABC is live in Lewiston, where the rampage began. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. This is not how people wanted to wake up here today. Another day without the gunman captured. As police continue to search for him, we are learning new details about why he may have targeted this location and about the victims he's accused of murdering. This morning, the massive manhunt intensified for 40-year-old Robert Card, the man accused of opening fire at a bowling alley and a bar Wednesday night, killing 18 people and leaving 13 wounded. Late yesterday, police surrounded a home in Bowdoin about 20 minutes away, but no sign of him. Sources telling ABC News police found a suicide note not describing a motive. It's addressed to Card's son and contains rantings and personal information like bank accounts.
And things perhaps that Robert Card's son could find useful should his father not be there. So the suicide note is just one clue that the authorities are now looking at.
Sources also saying Card has associations with both shooting locations. An ex-girlfriend said to be connected to one of the crime scenes. Meanwhile, a community here on edge.
What?
Everybody's scared.
A shelter-in-place order extended to 2 counties. Schools and businesses closed now for a second day in a row as police continue to field a flood of tips.
We've had everything from people calling about, noises in the basement, noises in the woods.
And as the search continues, the names and faces of the victims are emerging, like 42-year-old Arthur Strauss, a father of 5 gunned down at the bar.
People loved him. They just loved him.
What the hell, StreamYard?
He died trying to protect the children in his care. For Strauss, a father of 5 gunned down at the bar.
Come on, StreamYard.
They just loved him.
Also, 76-year-old Bob Violette, a youth bowling coach who reportedly died trying to protect the children in his care. And 53-year-old Trisha Asselin, a mother who worked part-time at the bowling alley.
She was the most fun person. She was always happy-go-lucky.
As the all-out search for a mass murderer enters another day, community members are hopeful for better days ahead.
It's going to be tough, but we're a great community. Everybody's going to come together and we'll figure out what we can do as a city.
This is a very tight-knit community. Many people here worried how long this lockdown could last. Due to the suspect's military experience, he may know multiple ways to evade police. Matt, once we learn anything new, of course, we will let you know.
All right.
That's what I was saying when it first came out. Did it have something to do with an ex?
Now to the developing manhunt in Maine, where the shooter accused of killing 18 people on Wednesday night remains on the run this morning.
Hundreds of law enforcement are scouring the state, and yet the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, has avoided capture. Reporter Dan Kraut from our sister station WABC is live in Lewiston, where the rampage began. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. This is not how people wanted to wake up here today. Murdering.
This morning, the massive manhunt intensified for 40-year-old Robert Card, the man accused of opening fire at a bowling alley and a bar Wednesday night, killing 18 people and leaving 13 wounded. Late yesterday, police surrounded a home in Bowdoin, about 20 minutes away, but no sign of him. Sources telling ABC News police found a suicide note not describing a motive. It's addressed to Card's son and contains rantings and personal information like bank accounts.
And things perhaps that Robert Card's son could find useful.
There wasn't. Sorry, everybody. Hold on 1 second. Got booted from StreamYard again. Oh, man. Let me get back to chat here. Was it a cell phone or live note? Because if you're leaving bank information, you're leaving, like he just said right here, you're leaving information that's beneficial to him, especially if you're on the run. Because if you're on the run, you're not going to be using your debit card. You're not going to be using your debit card. So, is it really? Was it really a note, or was it people twisting it out to be
Information
that
like
way?
bank accounts
and things perhaps that Robert
and personal information like bank active. It's addressed to Card's son and contains rantings and personal information like.
Okay, it contains rantings. I'm tired of this shit, son. I can't take it no more. I'm gonna take off. You're not gonna hear from me. Maybe for the rest of your life. I don't know. But you're not gonna hear from me for at least a while. I'm going to live off the grid. I'm tired. Is that really a cell phone alive note? And then you go, here, son. Here's the ATM card. Here's the fucking PIN number. Here's these stocks. Like, here's all this different stuff. Like, is that really a cell phone alive note? What in there? I'm not hearing it here. Stuff that's beneficial. It's like saying, yo, here's the traceable items I'm going to give to you because I can't use them because I'm going to be doing what I'm going to be doing. Why are we focused so much in the bottom of the water? Let me see if any of you guys know. I don't.
Addressed to Card's son and contains rantings and personal information like.
Oh,
bank
thank you,
accounts.
Francie. I
and things
appreciate
perhaps
that. Thank you for
Robert
becoming a
Card's
member.
son could find useful should his father not be there. So the suicide note is just one clue that the authorities are now looking at.
Sources also saying Card has associations with both shooting locations. An ex-girlfriend said to be connected.
Wow, did I not say that shit the night it happened?
Authorities are now looking at.
Oh man, that's crazy. The bar and the bone. This is a girlfriend. Like what?
Sources also saying
The
Card
ex.
has associations with
It's the
both
ex.
shooting locations. An ex-girlfriend said to be connected to one of the crime scenes. Meanwhile, a community here on edge.
Everybody's scared.
A shelter-in-place order.
Oh man. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if his girlfriend was at the bowling alley. I bet you her and the new fling were in a bowling league.
And personal information like bank accounts.
And things perhaps that Robert Card's son could find useful should his father not be there. So the suicide note is just one clue that the authorities are now looking at.
Sources also saying Card has associations with both shooting locations. An ex-girlfriend said to be connected to one of the crime scenes. Meanwhile, a community here on edge.
Everybody's scared.
A shelter-in-place order extended.
Well, yeah, it's a town of 37,000 people. Lewiston is. And then Lisbon is like a town of 9,700. Everybody's going to be scared.
To 2 counties. Schools and businesses closed now for a second day in a row as police continue to field a flood of tips.
We've had everything from people calling about, noises in the basement, noises in the woods.
And as the search continues, the names and faces of the victims are emerging. Like 42-year-old Arthur Strauss, a father of 5 gunned down at the bar.
People loved him. They just loved him.
Also, 76-year-old Bob Violette, a youth bowling coach who reportedly died trying to protect the children in his care. And 53-year-old Trisha Asselin, a mother who worked part-time at the bowling alley.
She was the most fun person. She was always happy-go-lucky.
As the all-out search for a mass murderer enters another day, community members are hopeful for better days ahead.
So sad. Wow. Hold on 1 second. We're going to see if I know there's a couple. Why did... let's see. Let's see. This is another one talking about the note. I want to see what was left in this note.
Let me bring in a.
And then after that, we're going to be having a call from Commercial Zone coming into the show. We're going to be talking Idaho4. So we'll be getting to Idaho4 here in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Bobby Chacon, retired FBI special agent who served as a tactical medic during the manhunt for Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph, among many other
Brought that up too.
Let me ask you about.
Damn.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. ABC News is reporting tonight that a suicide note was found at the home addressed to his
let's hear
son.
more about this.
What do you make of that? And how does the mental health piece fit into the strategy of the folks trying to catch him? Does it mean that he's less predictable? Does it mean that it can provide them with some, way to figure out what might be his next move, or does it make him that much more unpredictable?
I think it makes him that much more unpredictable because, throughout the day we hear people talking about, why would he do this? Why would he do that? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to ascribe rational thought to an irrational person. None of us can get inside his head because his head is working very differently than our heads work and stuff. If I was on scene, I would have mental health professionals in the command post with me, particularly, hopefully, someone that's treated this guy prior. And I know there's, doctor-patient privilege, but in certain circumstances that can be suspended. If we could get somebody that's treated this guy in the past in the command post to kind of advise us of what he might be thinking and how, because look, I knew tactics, but I didn't know, I was not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. So if you can have those mental health professionals, particularly somebody who knows this guy personally, that can really help in a situation like this when and if you actually come into contact with him, and when and if you can try to decide or predict where he's going. But overall, he's not ideologically driven, he's irrationally driven, and that makes him much more unpredictable on what he's going to do, when he's going to do it, how he's going to do it. These things usually resolve themselves quickly, either a suicide at the scene or suicide by cops shortly after. That hasn't happened in this case. So now we're going into a phase of this case where it's really unpredictable.
All right, let me ask you about
What is on the frickin' note? What is making you say it? Dude. Why are they focused on the lake? Why are they wanting to get all the way to the bottom? Like, what the hell's going on, man? This is what you're releasing to the community? What is going on?
We've been seeing in the last few hours at the family home there. We've seen the authorities now
What's
go
up,
back to
Wandering
the
Orphan?
same home, same area.
What
at
is
least,
going
presumably
on?
the same home, twice.
What?
Literally leaving and coming back. You've got to believe.
What?
And coming back. You've got the authorities now go back to the same home, same area at least, and presumably the same home.
Hold on.
Twice.
Wait, what?
Case where it's really unpredictable.
All right, let me ask you about what we've been seeing in the last few hours at the family home there. We've seen the authorities
What's up,
now
Nicole?
go back to the same home, same area at least, and presumably the same home twice. Literally
Twice.
leaving and coming back.
What?
You've got to believe.
What?
Someone gave them some sort of information
What?
that led them to go back, right?
It's exactly what I was thinking. In fact, not only information, the first
Oh,
thing that
my
jumped into my mind was one of his relatives may have been on the phone with him somehow, somehow. And they went to the house and they came back and said he's not there. And then the person turned around and said, no, he is there. Because why would you leave and then come back so quickly and so strongly? And so it seems to me that in the interim, when they left, as Alec was describing, when they left. For them to have to then come back, clearly new information came to light that drove them back to that house. What could that information be?
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Oh, my. Oh. What the? What? Nothing about what was in the note. What's up, Deb? I don't know who's beefing with anybody, but when you come in like that, I don't know. It sounds like you're trying to start shit. Later. That's right. Who's the CJ who's beefing with allegedly Brit? I don't know. What the hell? I have no idea, right? Wandering, they beef themselves. Like you come in here saying shit like that. Like I don't know who the fuck you're even. Like I'm sorry. We're talking about the manhunt here. I don't know what they're talking about, but if they're coming in here like that, I already know what they're about. Shit, they're about starting shit. We don't need that. We have enough distractions with, ants of BK. We don't need other distractions from other people that don't even have nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's the note for me. Right, but this is the thing. He left bank information, okay? He left information that was beneficial for his son. Who's to say he didn't say, you know what, I'm sick of this shit, son. What I'm gonna be doing. I'm not gonna use or be needing my bank information and all that stuff. So here you go. It sounds to me like something's being twisted into a self-unalive note. And then it's gonna get ran with. And the thing is I'm not here with what I'm hearing. I don't know. Send me something if send me something if you're hearing something different. But from what I'm hearing, I don't hear nothing about harm to themselves. It's handing off information that he obviously can't use or he'll get caught. Beneficial to his son. He might not see him again. Which is true. If you're going to be on the run, you're probably not going to see your damn son again. You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Does that mean that he's going to harm himself? And at the same time, why in the hell are they focused on this lake and getting all the way to the bottom? Now that's crazy to me. That right there makes me go, is there a S note? Because why are you so focused on a small area getting to the bottom? But we're not hearing, we've heard S notes on the news before, and they tell you, you know what I mean? They tell you what they were saying, not all of it, but they give you a pretty damn good idea. This right here, the guy just said he went on rants, which I'm tired of this shit, son. Went on rants and gave his son banking information and stuff that's beneficial to his son. I don't see where there is I don't see where there's a freaking S note. I don't see it. Okay. Let's see here. 1 second. All right, we're going to go ahead and oh no, just you keep doing them. Oh, you're crazy. All right, we're going to switch to a phone call here real quick. So that was some breaking news this morning. I don't know what we're going to be doing tonight, but we'll definitely get into some of that if there is any updates. I don't know. We'll see. That was breaking news. All right, we're going to switch to a phone call here real quick. We're going to talk to Commercial Zone. And let me make sure I can good. We can hear it. Yes, allow. Why is it asking to allow? That's weird. Okay, we're good there. So we'll go ahead and switch to a phone call. We're going to talk to Commercial Zone. Let me turn this music down and we'll get into the Idaho4 part of the show. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate it. And we're going to watch the court hearing from yesterday, too. We were talking about the court hearing, and it just wasn't happening. And then all of a sudden, when I go, when I'm done, then all of a sudden, it pops up. Hold on, I gotta fix this thing here.
Call from. Hi, this is Commercial Zone for CJ. To accept, press 1.
Yes. Hello, how are you?
Hey, CJ, my friend, how you doing?
Oh my gosh, it's been so long. I'm so excited. I've been waiting all week. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
CJ, I was wondering, we've obviously been communicating, in chat, and I want to say hello to everyone in chat and all the mods. That it's so special to get you. I know you're so busy, but to have a little bit of time with you on the telephone. And I just want to say how impressed I am, and just I want to thank you for all of the fabulous research that you've put out. It's stupendous.
Oh, wow.
And I do recommend anyone who's just finding out about who CJ is that you do go back and refresh and take a look at the recent research. It's outstanding.
Wow. I don't know what to say. I appreciate that. I definitely feel like I don't do. I feel like I could be doing a lot better. That's for sure. Wow, kind words. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm caught off guard.
That show you did about a week and a half ago on Touch DNA, I think is so important.
Yeah.
And I really recommend if anyone is just really finding out who CJ is to maybe start with that show, because it just talks about, just the problems of this Idaho case, CJ. And when we spoke last, I looked at my notes, and it was about the time that the preliminary hearing was supposed to have occurred, and it was canceled.
Mm-hmm.
And we were discussing just so many problems associated with this case, and it's mind-boggling that more information regarding why they arrested this person, as they did December 30th, and why he is the sole and the correct person who took the lives of those 4 innocent, beautiful souls. And we still don't have it, CJ. What do you think?
After what took place yesterday, I have a feeling that it's going to get drug out like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate because the longer it goes, the more people don't talk about it, kind of thing. And as much as Ann Taylor's the shit. Like, Ann Taylor's the shit. But, man, as much as the prosecution doesn't want to offer or produce, which they should, of certain things, and the process that the defense is having to go through just to get the information that they should have in the first place, they're sneaky as hell as well. And they also know what they're doing. They may not have, I don't feel they have the evidence that they claim that they do, or as strong as it is. But, man, they sure know how to play the game. That's for sure. Because after what took place yesterday and how the judge responded, that right there if he's not willing to, I mean, and it was pretty quick too. If he's not willing to kind of like be a maverick, because it is a different time period, things are different now. You, in order to evolve, you have to make changes. And so I think with it being stuck back there, him kind of going off of the last 100 years, which I totally understand where he's coming from too. It's law, you know. He's not trying to be a maverick. I get that too. But it's like they know what they're doing. They know that Ann Taylor is going to have to do this and this and this and this, and that just buys them more time as well. They don't care.
And yeah, I know. I think you've hit it on the head that they are extremely sneaky. And I feel the judge should have compelled them to produce this IgG evidence back in June.
Yeah.
When they asked for it, and not just or I guess it was 2 days ago is when the order was entered, CJ. But the lack of transparency that's been this case since October of 2022 just seems to continue. And I think that you've hit it on the head when you said they're going to make her work. And in the meantime, you have this 28-year-old guy who continues to remain shackled in the basement of the Lotsa County Courthouse. I don't think he should have ever been arrested. And I feel more strongly about that when we learned yesterday the details that the grand jurors, or 6 of them at least, wanted to see more evidence. And what have we been hearing about since the PCA came out? Is that, oh, well, this is just the beginning of this mountain of evidence, as if Payne would not have put his strongest evidence in the probable cause affidavit and would have just relied on his weakest. Oh, there's this man. We only know about 10% of what's out there. Well, if Thompson or whoever presented their case to the grand jury with defense and no attorneys for any witnesses that they called, if they called anyone present, if they're asking for more details and more evidence, what does that tell us, CJ?
They don't have enough.
That what he presented to grand jury was probably what's in the PCA and probably not a lot much more.
Oh, exactly. And it's like what we were saying last night when we were talking about, the grand jury and what the evidence was that they were wanting. And to me, it has to be the picture of the car. Because with the grand jury, you're going to bring the PCA because it's just about probable cause. That's all you need. So here, I already did my homework. Here's my piece of paper. Right? So you're going to go through each thing on the PCA. Well, here's DM's statement, written piece of paper, signed, dated. Okay, check mark. Here's the cell phone, the cell phone data. Here's a bunch of numbers and a bunch of words. They're going to check mark. Okay, now here's the surveillance. We got him going from here to here to here to here to here to here to here at this time and this time and this time. And then they hand them the stock photo. That's where they're like, okay, can we have some more evidence? If you have him here, well, for sure, you have to have a grainy photo. Give us the photo, the grainy photos of this spot, and this spot, and this spot, and this spot. This is what the car looks like. It's a stock photo. Just don't pay attention to the sunroof on the top. It's
not
like
that the BK doesn't happen to have a sunroof.
It looks like this. It looks like this.
It looks like this. The kidnapped child that we're going to put out when we do the Amber Alert looks like this blonde-haired 8-year-old child, but we're going to hide the picture of the actual kid.
Yeah, we know where they drove too. We're just not going to release the picture or the plate. No.
Right. I mean, CJ, when in the history of law enforcement Have they never? This is one of the things that got this guy arrested. That they're saying suspect vehicle 1 is BK's 2015 Elantra. Now they have, according to Brett Payne, if he's to be believed, they have evidence of this car making like it's a Miss America pageant contestant in front of 1122. Well, they're going back and forth. You know, down the front, we're doing the 3-point turn, you know, so you can see everything, including the Pennsylvania license plate. That would be compelling evidence at the corner of King and Queen. And then we're going to go back around the apartments at Linda Lane. We're going to come back again. And then we have it speeding out of the neighborhood. And then we have it at the Albertsons in the daytime. And then we have it up in all areas of Pullman and, you know, in Idaho, and during the morning hours when it should be visible. But we're not going to show you that. We're going to show you a stock image of a car that's got a sunroof and tell you, trust us.
It's that Christmas stocking. That's what it is.
Your Christmas stocking,
Trust
right?
me, it's full. It's full. Trust us.
There's coal in that stocking in front of Brett Payne's, fireplace this Christmas season. It looks like it's filled with toys, doesn't it? But it's filled with coal. There's nothing in there. DJ, why have they hidden the car? What is? No one can give a competent answer why they did not release a photo of the car. No one. There is no answer.
Probably because they got their own. There's plenty of white cars.
They got their own car on video.
I mean, listen.
Car Rosenthal was driving.
Listen. There's even a photo. There's even a photo of a white car driving by a gas station that don't have rims and tires on it. All right. There's got to be the photo of this car all over the place, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the evidence is their own damn unmarked car that was driving around that evening or morning, if whatever you want to call it. You know. It says white or light colored. If you look at the verbiage, and it also says plural too, but if you look at the verbiage, you see white or light colored when it came to the press statement. Now, there's been so many people, and they've done a great job putting 20 different models of cars on Linda Lane cars and all this other stuff. They've done a wonderful job imposing different models of vehicles. I mean, it could be a Mercedes, a BMW, just a whole bunch of different vehicles. You could literally transpose. So you can literally do that when you make it as broad as white or light colored, and you're talking about grainy footage. Yeah, you can definitely say it was this and that. The footage I'm more concerned about is the footage that's inside Pullman, inside Moscow, where the dude that went to commit this crime wasn't trying to be sneaky. He was just going all over the place, all up and down streets in both towns that would have surveillance all over, well lit. You're talking intersections of street corners that are very well lit. You're talking highways, which are very well lit. Just the intersections alone, when you have cameras coming at you from all different angles. If motherfuckers can give me $150 toll bill from PA and have my damn license plate zoomed in like crazy, I'm sorry, they're gonna have a license plate picture. It's just got to. It's because they collected all of that surveillance from the whole area. Ooh, that's a light colored car. Oh yeah. I mean, they don't know. I don't think they even know. I think they just threw a bunch of shit together that sounded good, that they knew that they could apprehend somebody before the new semester started. And it's just, I don't know. I never even thought that this was even, when people would mention DoorDash driver, I was just, I don't know. It didn't make, but man, he just, I don't know. It just, the more that we go in and go in and go in. I'm just wondering if the dude was door dashing or was one of those provider ride people for the students. Maybe because he was somebody that was always up late hours of the night. Maybe that's one of the things that he did to help with it was, you know what, instead of me sitting at home vacuuming and doing dishes real loudly at 2 a.m, maybe he was doing the provider ride thing, trying to, uh
like a lot of Americans do.
right.
It's especially since the pandemic. It's been, I know people who have done DoorDash, who've done Instacart, who have done ride shares, and they put some bucks in their pocket, And I'm sure he wasn't making a whole heck of a lot of money as a PhD candidate, whatever his stipend is, and he's got expenses, like any other person. I think that's a great theory. He might have been. And he's caught up, or maybe he was doing something that was a little bit more, on the shady stuff. Who knows?
Maybe.
But I think the alibi that he was way far away from 11/22 when the crimes occurred is a heck of a better alibi than I was inside the house before, during, and after for 8 hours. And people are like, well, where's his? He gave an alibi. What do you want? He lives alone.
Yeah, I mean, and if he's willing to offer that, then if he's willing to say that, well, then I would imagine he's got to have some kind of something to say, yeah, this is where I was at. What if it is dropping somebody off? What if it is, you know what I mean? Like, just because he said his alibi is out driving around, just like the prosecution isn't giving all the cards, he's not going to give all his cards either. He's not going to sit there and tell you, come out and say, yeah, I mean, I was here and here and here and here and here. So then what? The prosecution can pick it apart when it comes to trial?
Exactly. And I understand, that this, okay, if you're going to raise, I was somewhere else defense, you have to tell the prosecution where, but the extent that we now have to change our entire judicial and justice system to one where we got to prove ourselves innocent. We got to prove ourselves that we did not commit a crime is a dangerous precedent, one I'm really concerned about in this case. I mean, just from the practical, getting aside that this isn't Iran or Iraq or China, or even the United Kingdom when we first declared our independence in 1776, where they could pull you, throw you in, the Tower of London, and just keep you there throw you in the Thames without any due process. The fact that how difficult I've been accused of doing things I didn't do in the past. All right. Imagine if you're at work and you're accused of doing something, or you're accused of doing, for a significant other. It is impossible, CJ, to prove a negative.
Yeah.
Just that alone, right? It's
especially when it's already back here. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Everything about this guy seems to. And when people realize he didn't fight extradition. He could quite literally still be in Monroe County today, because when they fight extradition one state to the other, we've seen how long it takes to get a hearing. It sometimes takes 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
He immediately waived his rights and went back. A person who's guilty, I would suggest, wouldn't have made it that easy. Would have then said, hey, show us what you got, and then we have the judge out in Pennsylvania looking at this sketch and very, very, questionable evidence against him, and then made the decision if he's got to go across the country and if there was enough evidence there, even at, the probable cause standard. CJ, he went right back.
Even the Washington search warrant, like when you're reading the search warrant for the Washington, the apartment, they're like, yo, a beautiful search warrant that was written too. I just have to say it. Like, shout out WSU, or Washington State Police or whatever. They did a great job with that, because they were like, yo, we're doing the search because this is what they're giving us. And if what they're giving us doesn't hold up in court, then just understand why we did our search and don't hold it against us, because we were basically going off of what we were given to us. on why we had to do the search. I thought it was
Exactly.
beautiful. I was like, they even understand it. You know what I mean?
Right. And CJ, didn't you anticipate that they were going to come out with boxes of evidence? What did they come out with? Oh, this dog here. If that was Murphy's dog here, or if there was DNA, if that blood stain on that, whatever, pillowcase or whatever, belonged to one of the 4 souls, don't you think that would have been presented to the grand jury?
Yeah.
They
They wouldn't need more
they
evidence.
came out. What about
They
his
wouldn't need it.
office? What about his office? And nothing in his office at WSU, nothing in his apartment in Pullman, right? And I agree with you. Did you know one of the affidavits signed in support of was by Sergeant Blacker? Sergeant Blacker is who arrived with Payne 4 p.m. in the afternoon on the day in question, and he doesn't once mention in there, hey, I saw the sheep laying in the bed. Payne talks about it. Don't you think, oh man, I walked, you could just see it right from the doorway. He doesn't say that. So that's another question. Right. I'm curious, not that I want to see any crime scene photos, the last thing I want to see, but I want to see whether it was, I believe it was Officer Smith who would have gone up to that, one of the first 3. I want to see his body, know what his body cam showed. If that sheet was on the bed at 12 o'clock or whenever he did his first walkthrough. What do you think, CJ?
What do I think is, why not have the body? I would want the body cam on no matter what, no matter who, to protect myself, especially walking into an investigation. I don't want to be blamed for doing something shady as fuck, so damn straight I'm going to have that fucking camera on and whatever. So that's the weirdest thing. Like, where's all these body cams?
Right.
I don't know. I don't think they knew. I think what happened is this crime took place. They were thrown back off their feet, which is understandable. They're not from Chicago. And I think they tried to handle everything on their own without getting the proper, like this manhunt that we're talking about.
Geez.
As soon as that took place, boom, FBI, please take over. Like right away. Because you can't, you know what I mean? And I think that's what didn't take place here is it was like, we can do this. And then from right there, it just domino effect. This fumbaloo, that fumbaloo. Oh shit, we got to make something sound good. One of the reasons why we're going into the body cam stuff is because it's so sneaky. It's so sneaky, and I think that's just what it all is. I think it's all sneaky. I don't know how else to put it.
I think that's a good word, sneaky, and I think I'm gonna quote you when I'm having discussions that it is. Everything just seems sneaky. It doesn't make sense. And as my grandmother told me, when things don't make sense, it's usually because someone's lying. That it doesn't make sense. Where's the body cam? There's no body cam footage in Pennsylvania. They didn't have all of those officers that went into that home at whatever 1:30 or 2 in the morning, day before Christmas Eve, and pulled him out of that house. They didn't have body cams on. Huh?
No, right. And you're doing a SWAT.
Here,
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you want to protect yourself. That's what body cam footage is. And so, your point that everything just seems. What did Mr. I listened to one of you, and I'm so thankful that you are going back. And I don't know if anyone else that's doing this, but you're going back to the early stuff. And for the first time, I was listening in the other night, and I heard Steve, Kaylee's father, say, how could they, something to the effect of, how could they know day one on that there was no threat to the public when they issued that? They were afraid of a mass exodus.
Yeah.
That's what you and I were saying all along. We talked about when we spoke last, that their concern on the day of the crimes was to prevent a mass exodus. Why? Well, hey, if everyone's leaving Moscow, all of a sudden now all this money's going with it. That's one of their That is their primary economic base for taxes, that pays for the police to patrol the campus. So that seems to fit in also with my question, CJ. How could they have come out? How could, the captain and the chief of police come out and say, we do not believe the following people are involved? 2 days after, a week after, this is even before DNA results are back. And they went down the litany of all the locals that a Chicago Police Department would have looked at and possibly considered a person of interest because of their access to, the victims. And now we have Xana's mom who's coming out with that Facebook post naming a particular person at the Sigma Chi that it's been rumored that Ethan and Xana had a little bit of a disagreement with shortly before, the crimes. Why is she saying that if she believes that the sole and the correct perpetrator is in the basement of the Latah County Jail right now? Why?
I don't know. She's been kind of in and out, though, at the same time. I have to look at it at from that angle, too. I agree with what you're saying as well. But I also have to be like, you hear a lot of rumors, too, like especially if you're in in jail in a local area, you're gonna hear a lot of rumors about different things like this, things like that. I mean, I appreciate what she has to say. I don't know if she knows as much. And because she was also claiming from, as far as I know from other people, something about Zaina being at the freaking grub truck. And so there's just, I don't know. You hear a lot of different things, and being in and out during this process and during this time over the last almost a year. With what Steve G said, I agree with what she's saying because I feel like there's more people involved. That's why I'm doing the different things that I've done with the grub truck or the body cam, things like that, for sure.
Great research, and I still, the PCA was so devoid of so many important details. Like, how do you reconcile that 8? I believe it's more. I believe the crimes happened by 3 a.m. I really do. I think that the first time frame that MPD put out, we believe the crimes happened between 3 and 4. This would have been shortly after the bevy of calls were made by Maddie and Kaylee's phones. I believe that it was earlier, but even if they're correct and they're saying that it happened between 4 and 4:30, they give no details as to explaining why 911 wasn't called until almost 12 noon with 2 other people presumably in the same house, nor do they give the time that the friends were summoned. Those to me, CJ, are critically
They don't even know how
important
many.
the friends
They don't even know how many.
We don't know which
They let all them students go.
What did they do in the crime scene? I mean, what time? If they were called at 11:40, okay, that's one thing. If they were called at 8:30, that's another story, which we've heard. Payne doesn't put that detail in the PCA. Who is being protected? How is the investigation heard? If Brett Payne says that at X hour, a call or a text went out to friends summoned to the property, that's looking like they're protecting someone or someone's. And now we're hearing the rumor that the reason why the 911 call, we talked about this 4 months ago, why wasn't the 911 call ever released, a redacted portion of it, or even a transcript? There's some theories going around that there was a call that went to NPD earlier and it wasn't responded to.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Why no 911 call, CJ?
Yeah.
We talked, I don't know if you remember, but when we spoke, there was a horrendous crime that had happened in Ohio where a man, I don't know if you remember it, CJ, but a man,
the 3 boys.
a stepfather, the 3 boys.
Yeah. Yep.
They immediately released. Remember, they're the cop in the car who's driving to who's trying to get to the crime scene. They're showing the video, the audio of him speaking to 911 when he gets there.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they blacked out the little bodies on the ground. And you
Right.
see the
Right.
perpetrator sitting on the steps with the rifle behind him. Okay, the
Smoking a
public is
cigarette.
now. What does that tell us? That they got the correct guy. You know, a couple months ago when this woman in Alabama faked her kidnapping, they released the 911 call almost immediately before she was arrested. Why hasn't the 911 call, even on the day of BK's arrest, why not release it then? Why not release a photo of suspect vehicle 1? And all of this talk, CJ, oh, this is a Moscow thing. This is people from other parts of the country. Like I live in Florida. People like I should not be concerned. I'm going to tell you something. We should be concerned because the Pacific Northwest screwed up Bundy, didn't they? Royally. They allowed him to escape, and he came to Florida, and he killed people here, including a 12-year-old. So we should all be concerned that the right and the only person has not been arrested. On top of this, as you very eloquently said, that, hey, what if this was my brother, my son, my coworker? Wouldn't we want to know and feel assured that all of his liberties have been taken for the past year, that they have the soul and the correct person?
It's so important. That's why I'm surprised nobody's talking about this Mark Carver case. You know what I mean? Seriously. Like nobody else. I do not understand it. I've put post out. I've put the damn video out. It's like, why is nobody else talking about this Mark Carver case? Because this Mark Carver could have been real-time BK. Like the fact that the way that all this stuff's going down, it's like everybody, if you just take just a little bit of time to see and talk about this case, oh my gosh, it's like to a T. And when it comes to what's going on, all of this stuff has happened before. So why are we going to allow and let history to repeat itself when we have these other things that have already been documented to show, especially with how important of a time it is right now, because there's so much influence going around in this world. One direction here and one direction there, and you could easily be pulled from this direction to this direction so much quicker than you could before. And that's why it's so important not only to discuss these other things that can show you, look, people, this is how it can, this could be, and then to talk about it and to keep talking about it is so important. And it's so important for us to be responsible too, because people think that you're on YouTube or whatever, you know what, oh, I'm just doing a show, it is what it is. No, your words, people come into your fucking show and they're like, okay, this has got to be true.
Right.
You know, it's so important. And I just don't understand why people aren't more serious about this, because what if it was their family member? What if it was them? You wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. You'd be at, you know, and going back to, and one of the, I have like a top 5 sus list about this case, and at the top of the list has to be that the stock image of the car instead of publishing an actual photo of the car. What about safety concerns, CJ, for the local community? You know, we learned in DCA, right, that the GM gave a description, supposedly, of the perpetrator. Why didn't they bring in an artist to do an artist rendition, publish a photo of the car, and tell the 17 and 18 and 19-year-old kids that are away from their families for the first time in Moscow and 9 miles away in Pullman, do not approach. If you see this person, there was enough detail that she provided. You know, and I said, oh, well, you know, this is the man. No, I mean, she 5'10", you know, it's a white person, so we know we can rule out African Americans. We can 5'10", who has an athletic but not a muscular build, bushy eyebrows, and then those artists can get a lot of detail out they didn't seem to be too concerned, in my humble estimation, where that would have been released right away. You know, so I don't understand this case.
And the
you
family's
said,
asking to put out a reward too. The family was asking, "Can we put out a reward?" No,
Yeah.
we don't want to
Yeah.
scare the
And
community. What the?
you know, we don't want to scare the community. You got to warn the community. You know, I mean, a lot of people thought, is this an SK? Is this another Bundy? Is this another Rawlings?
They didn't even know if
Still
their
on the
best
loose?
friend was the person. You know? Oh.
Right. No, I know. And
The mothers that couldn't
I
go get formula for their babies because they were single and they were too scared to walk to the freaking corner store by themselves. You know, shit like that. It's like, dude, come on, Ellie. Like,
yeah.
it's horrible. It's horrible. And you know, maybe that should be one of my drawings sometime. The fucking the public information that they should have put out. A sketch photo of the frickin' perpetrator and a sketch photo of a frickin' vehicle. Something that they should have put out in the very beginning, because it's true what you say. They should have. They should have had a profile, right? If she really did give that statement, why did you not have a press conference of a picture of a person with a baklava and bushy fucking eyebrows and say, this is the suspect?
Exactly. So it just brings up the susometer, you know, in this case, that they did not do that. You know, Moscow is a college town. There are a lot of young people that should have been warned. I mean, like you say, the mother who was afraid to go to the store to get formula for her baby, the working parents, everyone, they had a duty and an obligation
because it's not just college
quote,
kids,
unquote,
it's people of all ages, you know.
Sure. Everyone who was living there, you know, they didn't. So that makes me wonder: did DM actually give that, or did she do it later? You know,
I think she did.
Later, you know. So why didn't they immediately say? Why didn't November 14th? Here's an artist rendition of the suspect. Here's the car. Stay away. Don't approach. Contact us. They never did.
I think
and even CJ.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
CJ, even if you were to go up and look at historical data on the Moscow PD website, you know those press releases?
Yeah.
They kept asking for a 2011
Yeah.
or 2013 Elantra up to the day before BK's arrest.
Yeah.
And moreover, Chief Fry, his interviews that are on the Moscow PD public information site, mid-December, is still asking for occupants, like you keep saying, occupants, plural, of the 1113 Elantra, which is a Chief Fry. You know, if you already had a profile and we're looking at, and he's already written up the affidavit of probable cause on the 29th of December, why are you still asking the public for the 2011-13 Elantra? What do you think, CJ?
I don't think they got DM's statement until they switched to looking for bushy eyebrows and looking for BK. I think that's when they got their statement that was put in the PCA. I don't think it was a statement that was taken up until then, because if it was, don't you think like something else would have been out there? You know, I don't know. Like, I just feel like that's why I've been saying this whole time, and I've been asking people to ask themselves, who says that's the first statement she made? Who says that somebody didn't say, did they have thin eyebrows? No. Did they have crooked eyebrows? No. How about bushy? Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, okay, bushy. Okay.
Yeah, we'll take that. And, you know, going back to what did DM say? What did she see? What did she say? Frozen shock phase. That's a quote in the PCA. So that means Brett Payne is saying that's a direct quote from a 19-year-old that said that. Ann Taylor, of course, never had the opportunity to cross-examine, you know, either of the two roommates.
Yeah, and why wasn't BF's in there, you know? Why do you think BF's wasn't in the PCA, because to me, if you're trying to, you want things to stay, and if it is a statement, that's pretty damn solid. Where your PCA wouldn't be in jeopardy, because when you have a stock photo and you have cell phone pings, I mean, come on, it says utilizing the tower that the home did. Okay, I'm sure it utilized the tower all the time, just like when it went to Albertsons. No, I'm sure it utilized the same tower, right? I mean,
Exactly, you know, the reason why hasn't the defense had an opportunity to speak with in court, cross-examine both of them, is because of what happened in May. Do you recall it was in January that Thompson agreed to the week-long preliminary hearing that was supposed to happen the end of June? It was May that we got all of this, you know, we got this information that the defense wanted to speak to BF, and they were trying to domesticate the scheme back from where she was, and then, oh, no, we'll go and speak with her. It wasn't until then that Thompson ran to the grand jury and he got his indictment. All through January, he was cool. February, March, April, beginning of May. It wasn't until May when they started to say that we want to bring her back. If we would have had that preliminary hearing, you know, who knows if it would have been behind closed doors or not, but presumably Ann Taylor would have gotten up there and cross-examined Brett Payne, cross-examined everybody in this case.
The
we
three
were deprived of
officers.
that.
The three officers she
The
wanted
three
the training
officers.
records on. Nobody talks about
Right.
that anymore, you know?
Right. Who's the Brady Giglio? Who is it? Who is it? We still don't know.
I bet
And
it's
I
one
think
of
what
them.
you said at the beginning, right, where you said as time goes on, people are going to forget. Of course, we've had this tragedy up in Maine that people's focus is on. You know, the stuff that's going on overseas in between Israel and Hamas, and people are not talking about them. And they're dependent upon, as time goes on, evidence gets stale, the witnesses' minds become more and more blurry, that it is not in BK's favor to have this thing drag out.
Mm-mm.
And
No.
that's a big concern of mine. You know, if I'm going to come flat out and say that I believe he is guilty of nothing at this point, because if he were, we would have had some smoking gun evidence in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have it. Things have changed. Even with gag orders and even with MPD's refusal to be transparent at all, things get out. I think we would have seen some smoking gun evidence, like his car in front of that house.
Exactly. That's what I was waiting for. That's exactly not that I was gonna like drastically change one way or the other, because it all seemed shady as hell from the beginning anyway. But the car is what really made me really kind of stand a little stronger on the innocent until proven guilty, like, period. Because it's like, okay, I really need to go at it like this, period. Because with nothing in the car, with my profession that I was in, I'm not a fucking, listen, I'm not a genealogy expert or anything like that, but I'll tell you something. I made very expensive cars look really motherfucking good for people that, you know, it was a profession. I'll put it that way. It was a fucking profession. And with the way that I had to get in to all sorts of different vehicles, all sorts of different spaces, to all sorts of different crevices, there is no way, with what I had to clean and how I had to do it in the profession, there is no way you're going to be able to clean every freaking part of DNA of a victim out of your vehicle. There's not. I was damn good, and I couldn't even did it. And I'm just being honest. So if I'm saying that, then I don't see how somebody could have cleaned out all of the DNA. I just don't see it happening. And so when nothing came in the vehicle, to me that was like, okay, I don't know. I don't know anymore about this.
100%. We were all expecting there to be some DNA from that car. And I don't have your experience, but I did watch a few videos of what the FBI does when they get a hold of cars that are in crime and looking for DNA. They literally take the car apart and they go down into the floorboard and they inject some type of liquid to try to extract the DNA. So either this guy is the stupidest person in the world driving his own vehicle to the site of a mass murder, or he is the most brilliant person in the world who was able to go in, unalive 4 people in the horrendous manner that he did. And going back to what the coroner said, this was a very, very ELOODY scene.
Yeah.
Not drop any of his DNA in the property, not take
Exactly.
any. There's no droplets on that white cement that we see, no droplets out there. Walk up to the car, not drop anything in the car, not take anything into the apartment, not bring anything with him out.
Like Vinny brought up OJ. It wasn't like OJ. There wasn't DNA at the scene. There wasn't DNA in the vehicle. There wasn't, like, no, you're right. And like, how? How did he even get apprehended the way that he did when... How do they know how the sheath got there? Oh, that means that he did it. Oh, that means that he did it. Who's to say that the sheath wasn't a gift from somebody that was given to somebody, and somebody, oh my gosh, I hear somebody coming in. Let me go get something somebody gave me a long time ago to defend myself. And next thing you know, it winds up down here because I tried to put up a,
Exactly. That's one thing I thought. Who's to say it's not one of the people in the house that sheath belonged to? No one can say. The sheath did not.
Who's
sheath
to say
doesn't
BK
alive for
didn't sell it to the person that gave it to her as a gift? Because remember, it's
and
underneath, right? That's a protected area.
Exactly.
No matter who touches it, underneath is a protected area. So if it's underneath, then who says he didn't sell it to somebody else? He had 4 of them, everybody, remember? Right? Supposedly. Who says he didn't sell one of them to somebody that gave it to one of the girls because they were feeling danger?
Right. 150%. And everything that we know, and I would like to just interject a little bit of common sense here. CJ, everything that we know about this guy, he seems like he's a meticulous, clean freak. We have never seen BK in any photograph where he's unkempt, where his hair is not cut short, where his clothes are not clean, where he's getting up in the middle of the night to run the dishwasher, to run the vacuum. If my husband ever did that, I think I would faint if he ever did something like that. I mean, he just seems to me like a clean freak, he's going to go up and unalive 4 people up close and personal, and what that means. And then not take any, because he's got a Dickies coverall on, as if a Dickies coverall is kryptonite to DNA.
Right,
DNA is not going to attach itself
right.
to Dickies coverall. It's
I mean,
DNA from falling.
Then why would Dexter need to put on vinyl?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Wouldn't Dexter be putting on a Dickie suit then, yo? No.
Exactly.
There's a reason Dexter put on vinyl. Like, come on.
To the extremes to where people have to go to make this what I believe is an outcome. And the details that we got yesterday when the judge's 32-page order hit the docket, I believe is more telling, because now we've learned for the first time that the FBI called in a tip to Moscow PD and said, look at Brian Koberger. That is in the first 2 pages of the order. So now we have, at least that's one thing good that came out of yesterday's hearing, because the judge could have denied that motion. I could have said, nah, you don't need it, blah, 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 whatever. Mm-hmm. But he did say this is a case of first impression. So now we have, which I wanted to pick your brain on, I don't know if you've had a chance to read the order yet, but you know that they've been hiding this IgG, the genealogic tree, and they should have turned it over in June, and all of the jumps and the bells and the whistles and everything that the defense had to do. So now there's an in-camera inspection that's coming up. Moscow PD has got to turn over this evidence to the judge so the judge can look at. Why does the DOJ have a policy that the FBI is not to keep their work? Why? Why shouldn't everything be documented from A to Z?
Right.
This is what we did, right? This is what we did. Here's how we built the tree. Here's the tree. Okay, if we got to do a protective order to protect any other person from BK's family, extended family. The judge has the ability to do that. Why
Well,
are they throwing out their work, CJ?
because they're part of a generation where they were allowed to start using calculators on tests.
Exactly. That's my big. I know a few people have been saying, like in algebra, you gotta show your work to get full
It's the
credit. We
truth.
remember that from school, right? You don't just give the teacher the answer to a complicated algebraic question without them turning around and saying, "Oh no, you're going to have to finish
Yeah.
and show me how you." And why? I asked an algebra teacher that not long ago. And they said, because this way we know they haven't cheated when the person sitting next to them just filled in whatever the answer was. I got to see the work. Why are they hiding your work? And I think it may have something to do with the Fourth Amendment issue here. We got it. Judge said this is a case of first impression, meaning, I know as your guest last night so eloquently put it, you talk about you looking at precedent, if there's an Idaho appellate court or with this, nobody has said anything about this. So FBI, if they're going to go and use these, go into 23andMe or whatever and try to figure out whose DNA this could possibly be, you're going to have to show every step of what you did to arrive at that figure, just like that 14-year-old has to show their professor, their teacher, here's how I arrived at this mathematical conclusion. Because it really is all math when we think about it in the end. So
Yeah,
I
well,
think that was a big
in the way
victory
that
that BK get.
Oh, hello? Sorry, StreamYard's bugging out. Are you still there? Hello? I don't know if we lost her or not. Hold on.
Call from. Hi, CJ. This is Commercial Zone. To accept.
Sorry about that. It kind of dropped for a second there.
I don't know if I disconnected you. I apologize.
No, I think it was StreamYard. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. That kind of threw me off there. I was about to answer something. Do you
It was
remember?
the IGD test, the discovery, CJ, that they now have to turn over for in-camera inspection finally.
Yeah. When it comes, I think this is what took place, and I'm not really concerned. Yes, with the way that you get the profile, you have to use your homework in order to get to your profile. We've heard that in the DNA stuff when we were digging into it. You have to use all of that homework, and there's a lot of it. Now, this is what I think took place. I think when they were requesting the assistance from the agency, I think the agency took, they were privy to see the investigation, what Moscow wanted to allow, because it's at Moscow's discretion with the way that they requested the assistance instead of it being taken over. If you look into the the rules of how it goes down, basically they're only allowed to help with what Moscow wants them allowed to help with to a certain point. And so I think what took place is they saw the investigation and they were just like, yo, we'll give you a tip, but we don't want to touch that. Because I think they already knew from the beginning, looking at it from behind, was like, whoa, this is not, something don't seem right. And why would you want to be a part of it, right? But at the same time, you were reached out for help, so you want to help, so you're going to be like, hey, here's a tip, do your homework, here's a nugget, here's a little nugget, do your homework. And I think with what happened is they were so gung-ho on this Oregon car being the car. You know, they were so excited. They set up a team. They spent all this time going out there. They did all this investigating, and then they found out or figured out it had nothing to do with it. So then they were like, shit. Then all of a sudden,
Now what?
This whole tip, I think what they did is they took the tip and didn't do the homework. They just took it and said, fuck it. This is our next one, everybody. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Right? Just like the Oregon car. When the Oregon car went to nothing, they got this. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Boom. Oh, white car, white car, white car, white car. All right, guys, let's go. We got him. Let's go. Boom. Right in time before the buzzer ran out for enrollment.
Yes, exactly.
Swish, right?
Exactly.
Swish.
And CJ, you made a very good, I think, a really important point. You know, some people say, "Oh, well, the FBI was involved, you know, arm in arm." No, they were not. Like you said, Moscow had jurisdiction over this crime. Chief Fry came out from the beginning and said, "We are the lead agency."
Mm-hmm.
So they only, the FBI gets what Moscow decides they're going to say. That's it.
Yep, that's it.
And
even if
and
they
at the
notice
same time-
something, they can't be like, hey, you should do. You can't.
Right.
Even if they said, hey, we think there's more than one guy, it doesn't matter because it's up to Moscow PD because they have jurisdiction.
100%.
They can keep them at bay.
Yeah, this wasn't an FBI investigation. This was a Moscow PD investigation. James Fry made that very clear that they were the lead. There was an interview that I saw from him, and he said, "Oh, we have something like 130, years of experience. We're doing what? Responding to noise complaints. Stopping kids that are running across band fields that you think are inebriated. You never. I mean, they hadn't touched a homicide investigation since, what was it, 2014, 15? They certainly didn't have something of this magnitude.
Yeah, it was like 6 years it was a while. It was multiple years. Yeah. And then when they interviewed the coroner, she's like, oh, yeah, I'm used to it.
Yeah. And, what I was reminded of when you were talking about the Oregon car, how could I forget about that they thought they got the Elantra, they went up there. At about that same time, we then have Steve Galvez, who's hired his private attorney, and they go down to, remember they went down to Moscow PD and they had a private meeting with, now they have the attorney who's there, who's able to guide Steve, and Steve hit the roof. When he found that a 2-year rookie was leading this case, there was all sorts of press. It came out, I think, around the 17th, the 18th of October, that Brett Payne only had 2 years of experience, as a peace officer, and all of it was with Moscow. So he's of all the people, you decide this is who is going to lead this, and then 8 or 9 or 10 days later, they announced they announced the arrest. So it just all sort of happened so quick. And like you said, right before students are supposed to be coming back. Hey, the boogeyman's been caught, students. You can come back. You can come back. Very, very suspect.
Yeah. I mean, and Steve was saying that a few weeks after everything was going down when he was really getting into his sleuthing, the family, and we saw that in the interview from December 5th of last year, when he was saying they didn't want it to become a ghost town, because then what happens? Then when you look at the background, we looked into the background of the university in the beginning of this year, and when you see the type of money that is just circulated, I mean, with not only with the state, with the government, the state, the money that is just circulated, and it all has to do with the students' work. And if you don't have students, then you can't perform the work that makes the money circulate, because it is school, but really the programs and the types of different experiments and programs that they're doing, they need the students to create and do and perform the programs in the schooling in order for the stuff to get done, for them to get the money that gets circulated. And so it all is just tied into the enrollment, not only the school, but then all of the local businesses, because then if your school becomes a ghost school, then you already drop half your population for
Right.
your town. So
And
that
who?
hit's not going to affect all your small businesses, of course.
I don't think so. You know, all the rents
Boom.
from all of that off campus, the rents, you know, for the dorms, the books, the
Property
meals,
management.
the gas, all of that goes away. You know, that was that one movie, you know, Follow the Money. It will usually give you the answer to the
Always.
secret may.
Especially
You know,
nowadays.
and yeah, and I don't think that they looked at anyone seriously who was local, who had a tie to that university, whether it was a student, a landlord, a neighbor. They didn't look at anyone local, and my concern is they were concerned about their precious university.
How do
So
you let these
therefore,
students leave? You know? How
Yeah.
does Scott Green come out with a statement right when it takes place and tells the students, please go be with your families on this holiday? You know, like,
yeah, don't stick around because your interviews are critical right now before you have a chance to leave home and discuss things
Yeah.
with people and then
Well,
come back and then give an interview.
we'll extend Thanksgiving holiday for the university, everybody. We understand it's a holiday, but there's something horrific that happened in this community. Please give us patience. Can everybody stick around for another week? We'll make sure to change the schooling and any of the businesses around here. We will change the Thanksgiving date so you guys are allowed to have the same kind, you know what? Like, we'll try our best, because think about it. It happened on the 13th. Thanksgiving's on the 27th, 25th, 25th.
Right.
Like,
right.
come on. You couldn't have had people stay around for 7 more days and still allow them to spend time with their families on Thanksgiving? On Thanksgiving? You just let them go. I don't.
Right.
Yeah. You just let
I
them
would
go.
like to know who Moscow Police Department and how they interviewed. Because there's been some rumors that people were interviewed in squad cars in front of the house, not taken down to the station, which is what happens, photographed and interviewed thoroughly, but done there out of, you know, that's not how you do an interview. I'm not a cop, but, you know, that's not how you do an interview. You don't have, you know, two people within earshot of someone else, okay, influence either directly or indirectly. And we won't know those details because everything is, and it keeps going back to the fact that this case is secret. It's been secret since day one. This is not how our country is supposed to operate. We fought a war to avoid this and to have things done in public. I'm thankful that at least he agreed to continue to have cameras in the courtroom. But going back to what you said from the beginning, I think this thing is going to get dragged out, and it's going to get dragged out, and it's going to get dragged out. And that's not in any way, shape, or form good for any of us, the victims, their families, the memory of the victims, or the rest of us.
Or the potential juror members that are going to hear all this shit for the next few years about all this wild shit that other people are going to be spinning, you know, that's going to fill up their headspace. And, you know, in them, you know, the pressure that's going to be on these future juror members to try and forget about all of the stuff that you've heard and just focus. When you're talking about that long period of time, it's going to be hard to do that, and that's got to be a lot of pressure on a potential juror member. Then you look at their mental stability and their health that could be affected from something like that, the pressure, you having somebody's lives in your hand, you know, you put all that together, man, the longer this thing takes, the more the worse it's going to be for our justice system, I feel like, because this is one of them cases where it's going to change things for the good and it's going to change things for the bad no matter what. Period.
Yeah.
No matter what.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And look at what a small county this is. Laptop County,
Yeah.
I think, is 50,000 people, maybe. And Judge, when the trial was still on for October 2nd, he said, "Oh, I'm going to put them on a direct, unprecedented number of summonses for jury." He got one. He got one for his own case. That's how tight and compact. This isn't like Broward County, where they had the trial of Cruz. 2 million people. That's the shooter at Park. Park was 2 million people in Broward County versus 50,000.
Yeah.
That everyone's got to have ties to that college one way or another.
Yeah. And with it being that small, it's like the bar cheers. Everybody knows your fucking name, and you're gonna know this and this. The chatter between the students, that is what's gonna be really, really damning. And what's gonna be very interesting too is what was being, because they got. I hope they have the social media shit. They have to. You would think they would have to. That's what's gonna be telling. What Okay, the 911 call is going to be one thing. What was being talked about between DM and BF, not only between themselves, but with other people, the friends that they called over? Why are you calling friends over before you even call 911? Why?
Right.
Why?
Why didn't you? And that goes down to there's big, controversy, discrepancy as to what happened in X's room. Was the door locked, and then the supposed person who was one of the friends came in and had to force the door open. Why not? If that's true, why not run upstairs? 27 was the alpha female. Just a dynamite young lady, so smart, getting ready to go to Texas, up and leave from Moscow, Idaho, to move to Texas to start her career, and God knows what contribution she would have made to society. She seems to me like an alpha female. 21-year-old is a much older than an 18 or why not they go upstairs and get Kaylee and then see. And that would have obviated the need to call friends. It's just
especially if it's as messy as what it is,
Exactly. There's just so much, and then CJ, what about the lack of any details from any of these 18 and 19-year-old kids? They'll go on TikTok and they're going to talk about the cream in their Starbucks, or if a bird walked in. They're not going to be talking about what happened that day that the public can see. How is all of that not available? Why aren't they talking about this?
Right. Like Carr's mom said, why aren't other people that were, you know what I mean? Like they're the Sigma Chi party, that's where a lot of my focus is, because I think that's where a lot of it started. And I think it started there and it ended at the house.
I agree.
Why is nobody from there
Jason.
talking? Like why?
Well, one possibility is that people that run the school were once, frat boys, and that they have access to attorneys, and they shut up really quickly and they shut everything down. MPD don't look here.
Oh yeah.
We'll look. That's one theory.
They're their own hierarchy. They have their own. They do their own thing and they handle shit inside, for sure.
Exactly, and they're all.
And it's run like a court, and it's run like outside. It's what I say. I tell people it's like practicing politics before you go out in the political world. You're practicing it in a way in a fraternity, because it's all hierarchy. It's all titles. It's all. We did the deep dive on Sigma Chi, and the amount of titles they have alone for all the different individuals. It's like, how do you even frickin' remember all the titles? It's nuts.
I know. That's true.
Crazy.
And just to kind of throw in there, what exactly do fraternities and sororities have to do with the business of education, of higher learning for students, and preparing them for the future? Oh, I know they're going to come back and they're going to say
pappies that donate. It's the pappies that donate. it's, they're the contributors to the school, so
I guess, but it's all of the horror stories that we've heard of hazing and drinking to excess and all of this stuff. I don't
yeah,
know
there is a
that
lot of that
I
up there, even at Washington State too. Yeah, especially at Washington State. Yeah, there's some parents.
I agree with you that the answers to a lot of the questions lie between that short walk between 1122 and the Sigma Chi house, and I hope one day we'll be privy to what it is, but it just doesn't make sense, DJ, and I don't know. I can't believe that we spoke last 4 months and we have little
Yeah.
information we did back then. It's almost a year. It's almost a year and we still don't have the information that we need to tell the public that this is the soul and the correct person who perpetrated these horrendous crimes last November. I'm not convinced of it. And as I said, my opinion now is that he is not guilty and he should have never been arrested, unfortunately.
I just hope after however long it takes, I just hope it doesn't end up like when the 2007 acquittal of Ann Taylor, where the prosecution basically says, we feel like the person that was acquitted was guilty, and we're just not going to try and find we're not going to investigate any other leads because we feel the person that was acquitted was guilty. That's what I hope
agree with
doesn't happen.
We've got precedent from OJ. Isn't that what LAPD did?
Yeah.
Okay, when people, he's being not guilty, but the civil court found that he was guilty. Oh no, we're not going to open up. We think that we're not going to go look for anyone else because we, whatever. I think that that's exactly what's going to happen. That if he is acquitted, and it may take another couple years, for him sitting in that jail before that happens, they're going to come out and say, we think the jury got it wrong. We're not going to, waste any more time. And society, you can deal with the people that are responsible running on the loose, and they're for the grace of God, that you don't run into them.
And according to the prosecution, that would be them winning as well, because they're like, hey, we did what we could.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody
they'd still win.
And these poor children that should have been able to live their lives and graduate college and go out and start their careers and marry and have children, it's going to be their families who are going to bear that pain. So I just keep going back to Steve's quotes. He said this over and over again. If they have the right person, that's coming from him, and then he made that really odd statement that one time, CJ, I don't know if you remember, I think it was on Kaylee's birthday, where he sort of like changed a little bit, but even during that Dateline episode that came out, he said, my mind is open, that it might be someone else.
Yeah, and even when that CBS one came out recently, and I saw when they had him and his wife sitting down and they were asked about BK's guilt, and you saw the difference in opinion, and that was very telling too, because Steve, to me, when I was watching what he was saying, to me, he was kind of like with what I'm saying when I'm watching these court hearings, and you'll see what I mean when we watch this next one. I put myself like I'm a family member, right? And that's why I kind of get the emotion that comes out when I'm watching those. And when I watched the thing on the CBS when he was talking, I was like, dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're sitting in that freaking courtroom. You're hearing this as a family member. You're expecting the prosecution to be like, oh, you want this defense? Here you go. Oh, you want this? Here you go. When you shouldn't even have to do that in the first place. And when he's sitting there watching the defense or the prosecution go, I'm sorry, how do we provide something we just simply don't have, Your Honor?
Yeah, exactly. And Steve, to me, he impresses me as a person that's not going to tolerate fools. It's going to take a lot to pull the wool over his eyes, but then he's got his wife sitting next to him who's going through this unimaginable, to give birth to this child. You've got unimaginable pain that sees Kaylee on Friday. She is vibrant, full of life, beautiful, intelligent. Then the next time you see her, she's ashes. I mean, I could see him trying to, and I mean, it's got to be a very powerful experience. Here, you're sitting in this courtroom. They bring in, here comes the sheriff. They've got this guy. He's in body. Now he has a suit on, but he's under arrest. It's very powerful to not want to hope that it's him. To try to get some answers. But I'm afraid of what this means if they do have the wrong person and not the only person, that what they're going to have to go through, not only having their child pulled from their lives in a horrendous way, and Maddie too. Maddie was like a child to them. But now that he's found not guilty, and who was it who did this, and Moscow's not going to look for them. I mean, how do you live your life? I don't know, CJ.
I don't know. I mean, I thought it was already going to be a possibility, when everything started coming out the way it did after the first of the year. But then when I read that acquittal and then I saw that Putney County prosecution was saying that, I was like, oh, hell no. This is going to be the same kind of thing when I'm sitting there watching an interview from a local Idaho lawyer right after the crime take place, when I'm questioning the coroner's freaking conflict of interest because she was representing a defendant that she performed the autopsy of his victim on. And I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, what? And we hear that a lawyer had a news interview from a local TV station, and they're talking to that lawyer from Idaho, and he's like, well, when you tell me what the conflict of interest is, let me know, because I don't see any. And I'm just like, is this what goes on up there? Is this how shit goes? Like, when you can see a conflict of interest, point it out, because I don't see any. What do you mean? What's the conflict of interest? Serious talk. And I'm like, you're a freaking lawyer, dude. What are you talking about?
I know.
That's why none of these Idaho lawyers don't talk to none of us no more. Because they get for real. Because they get in trouble.
Yeah, they gotta go. They gotta live up there, and they, like you say. I think you put it very eloquently when you said, I mean, hey, they're in court, they're battling each other, but then, they're seeing each other at the church, they're seeing each other at the local, the corner club, they're seeing each other. They got to interact with each other up there, so it's got to be a lot of pressure on them too. But somebody's got to step up and do the right thing, even if it's the minority. And that's why I think that what you're doing, CJ, is so important.
I appreciate that.
So we got to look at this as not just this is possibly a 27-year-old man whose liberty was taken away from him. When the evidence isn't there, we've got 4 family members who are grieving for children that should have never been taken in the horrendous way. And then there's the rest of us that we may be going to a grocery store with the person who perpetrated this crime in the next lane over, and we don't know it.
Right.
And then the Fourth Amendment and the First Amendment that's taking a beating. So I hope that you'll continue.
Always.
I'm so thankful that you're out there, with doing the work that you do, and your mods are great. And I hope continued success in everything that you do.
I appreciate
you're independent, and it's hard. It's hard to be independent out there.
It is. You get a lot of hate being independent. You know what I mean? You get a lot of hate being independent.
And when you start to get to a period where they really come after you. So, but I know you're a strong guy, and you got a lot of good people around you, and I really look forward to seeing you grow. And then one day saying, hey, I knew CJ, and I spoke with him on the telephone. Now you got to get in line to do it.
Whatever. I appreciate you. You're so kind. I really do. I appreciate you.
You got a lot of people who's wanting your time, and you're covering other things. But I'm thankful for your time today, and I hope to connect with you again in another 4 months, wherever we are, and continue to talk to you on Twitter and on chat.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your support so much. Really, it could be 4 days, 4 weeks, 4 months, whatever you want it to be. I love this. I love the calls. Maybe we could even do it every Friday if you'd be available. It's totally up to you. But I love your support. I love your opinions, your thoughts, your theories in the chat, in the community. You're an amazing part of the community. You always have been. And I just appreciate you so much. And thank you for your time, because you didn't even have to do this, spend an hour and a half with us. on the show. You didn't even have to do that. And so I appreciate you because you didn't have to do it. I have to be here. You don't have to, and you did it anyway. So thank you.
Thanks, CJ. My regards to everybody, and I'll see you probably in chat or on another call down the line. Thank you.
Oh,
my
I can't
friend.
wait. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Bye, CJ.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, what a beautiful person. What a beautiful person. Okay, so what an interesting conversation. With that too. Thank you so much, everybody in chat. Sorry if I missed it. I'm only going off of one screen, so I like to make sure that I kind of have the phone call and everything up while we're doing that. So if there was any questions, I apologize. We can go into it sometime. That was Commercial Zone. So when she's in chat, shout her out. Thank you so much. That was a great combo. It's been a long time too. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and switch it to this court hearing. And let me get my background here too. We're going to go to the court hearing from yesterday. We're going to chill back. We're going to hear what they have to say. We're going to break it down. And I'm going to make me a K-cup real quick. So I'm going to fire this up. We're going to hit play. I'm going to have the coffee cup ready in case I need to use it because it is court TV. But we're going to check it out and see what they have to say. Now, we went over everything that took place in the court hearing yesterday with the live Twitter updates. So we pretty much have an idea of everything that took place. We already talked about it. But instead of dragging the stream out to 8 hours just for that, I figured we would just go ahead and play it today. So we'll go ahead and watch this. We'll get into some of the updates. We'll get into the fresh notes, old notes, and then we'll just keep rolling on this topic. Thank you so much, Commercial Zone, for your kind words. I appreciate you so much. Totally thrown off guard. I feel like I could do so much better. So thank you for the kind words. I really do. I really do appreciate them. All right, here we go. We're going to check this out. And I got to make this K-cup. I'm thirsty.
Okay.
Damn, they're going to do it to me already?
All right, let's get on the record.
Oh, I didn't even get to make my K-cup. Dang it.
Thank you. We're now on the record. This is the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Case number CR 2922-2.
Already?
5. You have that adjusted properly? Okay, great. Couple
That's
of
not too
things.
bad.
I just wanna
That's not too
share.
bad.
Number one, I apologize for the delay. We were supposed to start at 1 o'clock.
Oh.
The hearing that started at 9:30 went a little long, but it
So, okay. So it was his fault? Why? It was his fault? Hold on.
Thank you. We're now on the record. This is the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Case number CR 2922-2805. You have that adjusted properly? Okay, great. Couple of things I just want to share.
Okay.
Number one, I apologize for the delay. We were supposed to start at 1 o'clock. The hearing that started at 9:30 went a little long, but it was important.
Oh, okay.
You're probably
Okay.
wondering
Never mind.
why it was sealed
Yeah.
compared to this part of the hearing, and that is because we were dealing with
the procedure of the grand jury, the procedures of the grand jury, and in a lot of details. And the grand jury is secret, so that's why it's sealed. And whether you like it or not, it's baked into our United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitution. So there's a reason for that. I advised camera people not to turn on the cameras until I was on the record, and they turn off when the record is off. I just want to remind you, you just heard Matt talk to you about not having your phones, your laptops to film anything, to record anything. That would be a violation of the rules. And we will take away your laptop or your phone. Some of these rules have been violated in some of our hearings, and I have an obligation to put a stop to that. And I'm sure you're probably interested in this. I haven't put a decision out yet, but what I'm going to do is take control of the cameras in the courtroom. I'm not going to ban cameras in the courtroom, but I need to have more control over what the cameras are doing and what media or people who are not media are doing with the filming. I know I can only control so much, and that's why I continue to urge people to be patient and have some dignity and some restraint. And some of that I've heard or seen has been disappointing. Just so you know, yesterday I issued an order addressing IgG DNA, and there's going to be an order for in-camera review that I'm going to go through. In-camera does not mean anything about a camera. That just means I look at the information before I can share it with the defense. You see, what else did I want to kind of share with everybody? I think that's about it. So we're here now on the defense motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for preliminary hearing. So Mr. Logston, I believe, is going to present the argument. Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor. Well, as Your Honor is aware, I wrote a lengthy brief or two on the subject of where we're supposed to be legally with our grand juries and where we actually are. And as Your Honor let me know this morning, probably not going to change your mind because the Idaho Supreme Court has, I think the court thinks, gone the other way. So I guess I would accept that kind of ruling as long as the court agrees with everything else that happens. But
I don't know about that.
Assuming that you don't, let's, I guess, just kind of walk through the simple steps here. So at issue in this particular case is Idaho Code 19-1107, and the infamous language in it that says that grand jury ought to find indictments and all evidence before them taken together, unexplained or contradicted, would in their judgment warrant a conviction by a trial. And the first question that a court has to ask is, what does that mean? you start with the plain language, which we argue, what warrants a finding or a conviction by a trial jury is beyond a reasonable doubt. And it meant that back in 1887, when the territory took all of these statutes, almost entirely from the state of California, and it means it today. And then we also pointed out that the great state of California, when they had these on their books from back in the 50s, had already a case in 1962 where they said that it's clearly something more than probable cause, but they weren't too specific about exactly what it meant. And the state has pointed out that if you look at really old dictionaries, it looks like the word warrant means what you might think it does to old-timey folks, as it does to us, that if it warrants doing something, it means that it would permit doing something. So the plain language seems to support what we're saying. And the biggest problem that I have then is just that obviously everyone in the country disagrees with me.
Jay, who? Yeah, this guy right here. Yeah, he's like it's some musical or something. Showtime. Like what? It just seems like he was like, it's a show or something. We're on Broadway or something. On Broadway.
From Sea to Shining Sea.
On
and so I'm now put in the position of trying to explain why that occurred and why, in the year of our Lord 2023, we are suddenly finding out that that's not quite how things are supposed to be. Why did we forget that we passed all these laws? And I don't have a great answer for that, other than I think the only time I ever heard about the field codes before I was looking into this was like a really short moment in a class that I took back in law school.
Showtime.
So, I mean, it's somewhat famously kind of the first attempt to codify the law of the day. It takes place in New York and spreads across the country back in 1850. And I think what I read in the tea leaves from the New York decisions and the later California decisions is that there was pushback at some of the things that the field code was trying to do. And one of the things the field code very openly said it was trying to do was fix the grand jury system. Because the grand jury system was believed to be essentially broken. For a lot of the same reasons we don't seem to like grand juries very much today. We essentially believed that grand juries were hard to control. Grand juries would essentially always favor whatever it is they were told and would always indict. So as a system to protect people, it didn't seem very protective. And they pointed out in the field code, if you go back and read it, that essentially the secrecy
that's
of the grand jury is both.
Just like when we read that one document, when they referenced like the 1800s and shit and the 1600s with, King George and Edward and, all this other shit. It's like, whoa. And it was like, what, 20 pages of it? And we're just like, okay, like, what did we just read? Like, what, huh? It's, I don't know, but that's what the judge was saying. The last 100 years, it's been a certain way. He can't change that. She's going to have to take it up to a higher court. To talk on this case, I'm sure. Oh, that'd be awesome to hear her talk on it, right? 1880. Buford Tannen. I love Back to the Future. We got to watch that for a movie night some night. Buford Tannen. Buford Tannen.
It's the most powerful sword in its
manure.
Aspect at the same time, because you just don't know what you're going to get out of it. And so they create a bunch of statutes that start to rein in what grand juries can and can't do. And they create some scenarios under which grand juries can be reviewed. And they
Whoops.
New York.
I don't want him to get mad. I should have said mad Mad Dog Tannen. Mad Dog. I'm sorry I called you Buford. It should have been Mad Dog. Don't get mad at me, Mad Dog. I didn't mean to call you Buford. Well, I did mean to call you Buford, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. My bad.
They call it the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court.
Mad
says,
Dog. Mad Dog.
You know, even though we have these statutes that say we should only set aside these indictments into these particular moments, clearly there's got to be some sort of a due process protection. If you're going to pass a bunch of statutes that rein in a grand jury, and if you can show that somebody's not following those to the prejudice of the accused, then that's going to work for dismissal as well. And that doesn't seem to be very controversial. We see similar language in that Gaspar case that we talked about in the state of Idaho, which I think dates to like 1913 or something along those lines. But at the same time, while the state of New York is trying to figure out ways to not have to abide by the language of what would warrant a conviction, by essentially saying, if you can tell the grand jury that is their burden, but you can also tell them the probable cause thing. As long as they hear both of them, it doesn't really matter. And then the state of Idaho says, well, that's not even what that means, without any additional explanation for what they're talking about. And California apparently just kind of forgets about it until sometime after they've already passed a law in the 40s that says you can only dismiss a grand jury indictment if you can show that there wasn't probable cause. That kind of moots the whole situation that they've obviously fixed it by statute. Our situation is such that we have this thing on the books, and the only group that seems to really dislike it is our Supreme Court, who keep having these opinions where they're like, please, prosecutors, stop telling people it's beyond reasonable doubt. This happens in the early 1900s, and it continues until the 80s, and they finally say, look, we passed a rule. I hope people that get invited to parties like me in the legal community go and are selected to sit in a room.
I'm going to pause this real quick because I'm going to let you guys know. We do shout out Grismatically Clever. He's the one that made my intro for the True Crime Show. I'm going to be having another introduction after that introduction that you guys, it is going to be similar to something like that, but it's not exactly that, but it's going to be coming soon. Grizz reached out to me yesterday. He said, yo, it's almost done. And I know there is no time limit for Grizz. Whatever he cooks in that pot, it comes out fire. So it's whatever. But he did reach out to me yesterday and he said it's coming soon. So we are going to be having another really cool addition to the intro coming here soon. And I can't wait because it's something that also needs to be said in the intro of every show. So I'm excited. It's another introduction. It's something else that I want to have a message be out there whenever somebody gets on and watches the show. So I'm excited. It won't be long. Just wait.
Yeah,
Grizz,
what those
go
rules should
Grizz.
say. And there's quite a bit of the time it seems like the Supreme Court will later have an opinion and go, this is weird. Why is this one more than this? And so to simply say that, well, because the Supreme Court wrote it, that's their opinion on the matter isn't quite accurate. But clearly the Edmonton court was behind that as a concept. At the same time, nobody was arguing with them about it. Nobody argued about it, the issue, until just now. Well, that's not quite accurate. Obviously, Mr. Orozco raised this in a few district court cases up in Green County. But nobody's really been digging into this or raising it until this time. So when the court says, look, the Supreme Court's already got a rule on this, Supreme Court's already ruled on it, it's just not true. They have never ruled that
probable cause is the basis because there was an argument about it, and they said, no, you're wrong, it's probable cause. That hasn't occurred. They ruled a lot of things, but that's not one of the ones. And the fact that they adopted a rule that says something that they believe doesn't necessarily set in stone what the law is, or for that matter, what the Constitution has to say about it. So the big issue, I think, at least my favorite issue here, was can the Idaho Supreme Court override the legislature and lower the burden of proof for example? And that was a tricky one because we don't really have a case that just comes out and says that the burden, or for that matter, I guess I don't know, we got this all kind of mixed up when we were doing the arguing. So the burden of proof, I think we decided was actually who has to show something, and then it was the standard of proof is the amount that has to be shown. But everybody confuses it all the time, and I'm confusing it right now as well. But I'll call it the standard of proof just to be less confusing. In any case, the standard of proof is that something that the judiciary has power over? In other words, is that simply a procedural rule, or is it a substantive rule of law that courts can't mess around with? And we argued, it cannot be that if the Supreme Court woke up tomorrow and declared that the standard of proof in our cases was something beyond the unreasonable doubt in trial cases, that we would also say, oh, well, that's what the courts get to do. Because if you read those cases, what they talk about is that that is a right, a due process right, essentially, of the accused that is set by the Constitution, right? That's what In re Winship is about. It set the standard via the Constitution, locking in the standard of proof that's required for a conviction. And so when we talk about these standards of proof, it is true, obviously, that if you look through the case law, you'll see courts setting a standard of proof for their own evidentiary rules. But you don't see it in many other places. What you see them doing instead is having somebody come in and say, well, the legislature set this standard of proof, but we think you should make it higher or lower based on, and almost nobody ever says the lower is always higher. And we're always arguing that the Constitution clearly must set it in at some higher point to protect people, and then the courts lean in and say, well, we don't see any particular reason why the legislature messed this up, or if you're in the United States Supreme Court, occasionally you say, well, we do think that this is goofy and we're going to raise it. Okay? I couldn't find a case where the Supreme Court or anybody else leaned in and said, we think that the legislature is being a little too protective of its people here, and we're going to move down the standard of proof for the government in this particular case, or one party versus the other. Typically, in this country, we try to protect the accused, and we believe that those protections are given to us via the Constitution and via these concepts of due process that come to us with common law, which is where this gets so messy, because the common law would tell you that it's probable cause, and it's some guy named Field in New York who's telling you that it should be something else. Well, we could get into all of that, but it would be, I think, more philosophical than anything else, because the state of Idaho didn't do it that way. The state of Idaho, as a territory, adopts a bunch of codes out of California, a code that they've already looked at, a code that they've already said, these words clearly mean something more than probable cause. This is what you're adopting. If you come and get it, the state of Idaho goes and gets it and adopts it. So that's what the state of Idaho is adopting. I obviously recognize that the founders that wrote the Constitution did not appear to recognize what was already on the books in this regard. However, just because they didn't recognize that doesn't mean it's not still part and parcel of what was thought to be true by a large portion of the citizenry of Idaho, who are the actual ones who ratified the document. The only thing we know is that from 1890 to Edmondson, the Supreme Court of Idaho was repeatedly admonishing prosecutors to stop using a beyond reasonable doubt standard for a grand jury. And that, it seems to me, is pointing to this concept. I mean, if we're going to talk about common practice, the common practice looks to have been that everybody thought the standard for the grand jury was beyond reasonable doubt. And I don't think this is like worthy of the grave nightmares that I've been reading about. Obviously, in each one of those cases, the prosecutor was able to pull it up, and little wonder. I mean, it's still a grand jury proceeding. It's still just the prosecutor in a room with 16 citizens, 12 of which have to agree. They get control over basically everything that's being put on. I mean, the guardrails being put in, hey, let's use admissible evidence. Hey, let's not pull in hearsay witnesses. That kind of thing is not going to somehow make this impossible and make it so that it can't possibly work. What it's intended to do is just make it so that if you're in a position to get an indictment against somebody, you're going to put on your A game. Obviously, we've been talking a bit about how we don't think that that's what occurred in this case.
This ain't an A game.
And we certainly don't think that if the court were to adopt
This isn't an A game.
that this would even remotely cut the mustard, because we know from the grand jurors that at least 6 of them
I'm trying.
wanted to hear more until they were essentially cut off and told probable cause of the standard and what are people doing.
You probably should cut that, what the grand jurors did or didn't do.
Fair enough, good. But
Fair.
I'm just pointing out that there's clearly prejudice in the record that the court can see from what they want to instruct. It's also, as we argued, clearly going to be fundamental error. You tell the grand jury that this is the standard and it's actually something else. You can't possibly think that the result that you're getting is the accurate one, so you have to do it again. These are fundamental rights that people have, so clearly that would be the way.
Right, but you just agreed that the court and the case law, going back to at least Edmondson, have the standard as probable cause. So, to just say, well, they were given the wrong instruction is not exactly the case. I mean, that is the standard that has been used in Idaho for years, maybe 100 years. It was different. It was different there for a period of time, but after Edmondson,
Right.
I thought that it was pretty much settled. Now I understand the argument between substantive and procedural, and that's that can be a legitimate argument, but I'm not sure it's fair to just say, well, they were given the wrong instructions if everybody's using that instruction throughout the state.
Verbiage.
Well, Your Honor, if that were true, then I'm not really sure what I'm doing with my life, because I've spent much of it arguing that things that everyone in the state is doing are wrong.
True.
And occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, somebody says, no, that guy's right, and my client walks out of prison. So well,
that's fine. You can make an argument that something should change, but are you telling me that other places in the state are giving a different instruction that it should be beyond a reasonable doubt?
What I'm telling the court is that it appears that up until 1980, that was true. And so the Supreme Court enters its rule, sort of has this ruling that talks about that, but nobody's arguing about it because they don't have access to the internet and nobody has a copy of the field code or
Right.
Well,
right.
Iceline argued about it in a dissent in Edmondson.
And we thank him for it, although.
Okay.
If
you
you
can't
go
say
back,
that there hasn't been an argument about it.
well. No. If you go back and you read what Justice Iceline did, Justice Iceline didn't know about the field code. He knew it came out of California. He knew that it meant something different.
I think it's attached on the dissent. Some of that.
No, California.
Oh, those are earlier. Oh, that's the earlier session.
He has the California code, and he has the stuff from the territories. That's what he's got. But he doesn't know. I mean, if you read the field code, which apparently nobody did, except, Justice Field in California, if you read it, it literally tells you what it's trying to do. It spells it right out. And you can find it for free on Google Books, which is where I got it. I don't have a copy. I'm not even sure where you find it, but except for Google Books. You can find this thing, and they have a whole preamble to how they're trying to save the concept of the grand jury. They want it to be better than what it is. They understand people have concerns about it. Let's make it better. And it gets adopted in California, and then we took it from that. And then that's what I think should matter. And the fact that the plain language of the statute is being read by every prosecutor in the state up into the 80s when the Supreme Court finally gets them to stop, because the statute's relatively clear. And so the only person who's pushing back against this are these Idaho Supreme Court justices who don't like it. But there's nobody coming to them and saying, here's a copy of the field code. This is where this all comes from. This was the point. Instead, there's just this concern that who could possibly want such a thing? How would we be safe if our communities are only able to indict people beyond reasonable doubt? It's just too much. It's too high a stake. That's hard to believe given how many of these cases are making it up because they were convicted. There's no reports anywhere that I was able to find that in the state of Idaho, all these prosecutors were mistakenly using beyond reasonable doubt. There's just no indictments going on. Nobody was going to prison. Nobody was getting the death penalty. It's a free for all.
I agree with him.
We had,
I will say that. Like, I do agree that you shouldn't, to be able to produce beyond a reasonable doubt that's not the argument here, though. Because I do agree with him. You should need to be able, you should only have to provide probable cause, but at the same time, I think the argument is the argument not that the grand jury wanted more evidence and they weren't supplied the evidence. I think that's what the real argument is. I don't know. To me, it's the grand jury wanted more evidence. Why, if the grand jury wants more of what you're offering, why don't you supply it? Because it's sealed, right? The conversations aren't getting out there. So why not? Why not give the grand jury, if the grand jury is like, yo, we need some more, like, what else? No, you're good. There's nothing to see. Trust us. No, it's the grand jury. If they want to see something, they should be able to see it, period.
posses running around and having delivered justice because the standard was too high of the grand jury proceeding. But that's not what was occurring. What you had was a perfectly well-running system that you had Supreme Court justices that were not aware of where this stuff was coming.
Right.
If somebody
That
had
too.
come to them and said it, we'd have a ruling.
That too. Exactly. Like, how can you? Like the question Commercial Zone and I were talking about, how can you even be apprehended that way? How can you even be apprehended that way with what was there? Not brought in for questioning. Any juror should be given any evidence within reason, should be fairly simple. Exactly. That's a good point too. That's a good point too. But these people see each other at Denny's. You know, the last thing they want to do is say, well, you're a professional, but I'm calling you a liar. Do you know what that would do to their own career? You know what that would do to somebody's career if somebody was like, "No, Bill Thompson, you're not being honest, Bill Thompson." Prosecution. And then they got to go to Denny's next Thursday. And then you got to, can you imagine all the political spinning that would be taking place within that community for those different positions? Oh, well, did you hear what she did last Thursday? Yeah, she shouldn't have her job anymore. No, she shouldn't have her job anymore. And then the next thing, hey, guess what? Did you hear about what she did last Thursday? It's the pressure. That's why they've been able to get away with the stocking full of crumpled up paper for so long. Because the people are like, you know what, we can't question Bill Thompson. Are you serious? We can't question him. Are you fucking nuts? No, we just have to trust, because they're saying, trust us. It's full of Kit Kats and Hot Wheels. Trust us. And that's what they're doing. They're trusting. But now, when the defense is saying, give us this information, that's when they finally have to produce what the hell they've been telling everybody this whole time. Just trust us. Now you have to be held accountable. Now you have to supply the Kit Kats and the fucking Hot Wheels. And you're getting crumpled up pieces of paper. $100%. And you know what? Who says that the shit that's going on now, this is why I don't talk about a lot of the shit other people do. Because I'm thinking about them juror members that haven't even got them frickin' letters in the mail yet for this case. And I hope, and it's sad and it sucks that this thing's going to take even longer than what we even think it is now, because I feel like she's going to go to both Supreme Courts. Because I don't think Idaho's Supreme Court's going to be down with it. I think that she's going to have to go to the Supreme Court. So that's a lot of time in between. That's a lot more time for these potential juror members to have shit skewed. We got to make sure that when it comes to these crazy ass things, that people are going to listen. When this thing is getting extended more, you know what's going to happen, everybody. You know there's going to be more people coming in our chats. There's going to be more people saying outrageous shit. There's going to be more people saying that they know. There's going to be more people that are close to those people. There's going to be a whole bunch of this. And I'm just giving you a heads up and I'm giving you a warning. Please don't fall into it. I'm about respect for the victims and the families and the community. I'm not going to entertain things that do not align up with that respect for the victims, the families, and the community. I will, and you guys know this because I do explore it all, I will talk about the things that make sense and that have stuff to back it up. There's gonna be a lot coming, trust me. I know it, I can feel it. With this thing that's gonna be extended possibly another year. Possibly another year with her. I'm thinking she's going to the Supreme. Possibly another year being dragged out to where we are at after this. I'm telling you right now, they're going to come out of the woodwork and they're going to come out strong. And so when another Dot or another aunt or somebody that knew him distantly or something like that, please don't think that it's me not wanting to entertain shit. Always keep it in the back of your mind that it's always about respect from CJ when it comes to the victims' families and the community. And I'm not, and also the potential juror members for this case, because you know they're watching this stuff too. This thing needs to be as sanitized as possible when it comes to somebody's life on the line that's being charged for this crime. If they did it, lock their ass up in jail, everybody that was involved in it, because that's justice and truth for the victims' families in the community. They're gonna come. Just trust me, everybody. I am not. That's the thing that's different about me than other channels, okay? I'm not gonna sit there and allow this moldy cabbage is what I'm going to call it. I'm not going to sit there and let this moldy cabbage smell up our atmosphere. I'm not doing it. Okay? I'm not, and I never have, and I never will. I don't entertain it. I don't sit there and let it simmer. I don't sit there and let you guys, as much as I can do, I don't even let you guys get affected by it. Because I don't entertain some of this stuff. There's some people on here that are for views and subs and clicks and cha-chings and all that stuff. This is homegrown. This is organic. This is about victims, families, communities, justice, and truth. I didn't even plan on talking true crime. And I do. That's how you know it's true. This guy, I'm kind of bored already, but we got to watch it. I got some other stuff for you guys coming up. But for real, this is going to get extended. These people are going to come out. You've seen some of them come in the show the last week. Other people can entertain that shit. I got more things that I need to talk about. I got more things to fill up our time with than hearsay that can manipulate a potential juror member either way, because I'm not saying the dude's innocent either. We could have somebody coming in here saying plenty of amazing stories about BK and how he was so wonderful, right? But at the same time, that's just as bad as somebody coming in here saying they knew BK talking a whole bunch of shit, okay? I don't know if dude's guilty or innocent. I'm not here to promote a guilty or an innocent. That's why I don't entertain that kind of shit. I'm here about promoting the justice and the truth. And if that means the dude's guilty, so be it. If that means the dude's innocent, so be it. But I don't need to have hearsay about what somebody knew uh, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So distant. Give me the dad. Give me the mom. Sure. the sisters, the family, the grandma. I don't need the aunt that was divorced. I don't need the buddy from school. I don't need any of that stuff because that will sway and unsanitize a potential juror member in the future. Either way. Because just as much as it could be good, oh gosh, well, no, BK's a good guy, when here the juror member is being presented with facts that he's guilty as shit. You know what I'm saying? It can be either way. We've seen it come. It already started a week ago. It'll come. I will always have your back, and it will always, no matter what, whether it's guilt or innocence, always be about truth and justice, period. And exactly. A buddy from school or an aunt that was divorced from the uncle. I'm sorry, there's other shows that will entertain that shit all day, and that's fine. Shout out to them. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to talk about something. But if you guys seen all the prep that I do, I do way too much freaking prep for any show. I'm always left with shit tons of prep left over because I work so hard. I never want to be not prepared. I have so much other shit that we could talk about that I never even got to get into with you guys than to talk about something that aunt or high school or whatever. I don't. There's plenty other stuff that I can go over that I didn't even get to go over. I mean, shit, I got shows for days on different cases. Because not only am I doing the work for this case, I'm doing the work for all these other cases at the same time. And even though we don't get to them, I still have the work there. I mean, the cases folder that I have is fucking crazy. I'm literally working on like 18 different cases at the same time. And this is one that we just talk about a lot. There's so many other shows and that's what I'm saying. I have so much work that I could use. I don't need to hear aunt. I don't need to hear buddy. I don't need, because that's just going to sway it either way. I'm not interested in swaying. I'm interested in the truth and the justice. And that means let's get to the real shit. I don't want the hearsay. Let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about what's there. Let's talk about what's missing. Let's talk about the fucking facts. Because let's be honest, if we're going to have potential juror members sitting here listening to our shows for a couple years, then they need to listen to the facts. They need to listen to the stuff that's there. They need to listen to the stuff that's missing, because that's the stuff that they're going to need to know. And that's the shit that's going to need to be in the back of their head when they're sitting in that chair. I'm good, Sheerluck. This is passion, baby. I'm sorry. This is passion. This is passion, Jeff. I'm good. It's just important, It's really important right now. The shit that we were watching from Court TV last night, they were talking about how it was a 2013 Elantra. I'll show you guys. Remember when it had the background of Chanley Painter talking? 2013 Elantra. Well, I thought it was a 2015. Oh, it said that his cell phone aligned with the route. And it's like, wait a minute, the phone was shut off. The phone was shut off. You have to pay attention to the subtle shit. When we were watching that Court TV episode yesterday, when they were talking about it, remember the ending part where the dude with the wine Coke bottle glasses and the blonde lady that was sitting in the middle between Mr. Monday Night Football and him? and he was in the lady and the dude with the Coke bottle glasses was talking to Vinny about, no, this is the DNA, the stuff that's missing. Like, this is what we're talking. And Vinny's like, oh no, putting his hands on his face. He couldn't end the episode quick enough. He couldn't even say goodbye like he usually does. They cut the fucking episode in mid-word on Vinny. It's like, right, Brandywine? Because you care. You know what I'm saying? You care. You put yourself in other people's shoes. You look at it in a reverse situation. I don't ever get upset with anybody unless I flip the situation first. That's how I live my life. That's how I know. If I'm upset about something, I know that I'm in the right because I flip the shit around before I even determine if I'm upset or not. Okay, let's flip the roles. Would I expect that person to be upset if I did this to them? I would expect them to be upset. Flip it back around. I'm fucking upset. When you look at things in a third person view and you put yourself in other people's situations, that's when the honesty comes. That's when you really do explore the truth and not just a narrative that you want to spin because it's either what you've been on the whole time or an ego thing or whatever. Who knows? When it's not about ego and it's about truth, you're willing to say, you know what? Maybe what I was thinking was wrong. Yeah, I thought for a few months there, especially after the arrest for a month and a half, I was like, damn, this dude's guilty as hell. Oh my gosh, he's guilty. Look at this. They have all this shit on him. Fuck. Oh yeah, he's guilty. And then I just started looking into my own shit. And then I started to me, stuff wasn't making sense. That's me though. That's well said, Brandywine. Well said. Sorry, I had to spice this court hearing up a little bit. This shit has been boring. We're about halfway through. We're going to get back to it. I know BK starts staring at the attorney really weird here for a minute, and I'm just waiting to throw that coffee cup up there, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you. Bought some camera. Gonna do audio test. Nice. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool, Jeff. That's cool, man. That's awesome. All right. Let us know how that goes. All right, back to the court hearing. Thank you all. And we'll get to some other stuff here after we're done with this. We got about 20 minutes left of this.
Aware of where this stuff is going. If somebody had come to them and said it, we'd have a ruling. But nobody did. In fact, we don't have really any state that's ever done the heavy work of this. You've got the New York Court of Appeals, is about the only one who was aware because it happened there. And they've kind of let it drain away over time. Well, other states can do what they want. They can pass new statutes. Their constitutions are older than ours, etc. Our Constitution was written in 1890. So it's going to lock in what the people thought that they had as their law and what they considered to be their standard of due process at that time. And the only history we have is you've got a Supreme Court saying, you don't have that right. You got a bunch of prosecutors, of all people, thinking that we do. And that's I mean, that's what you're looking at. The fact that the rest of the country is off doing other things, I don't think necessarily matters. What matters in terms of the courts has to read plain language of the statute. The court has to consider the fact that, at the very least, California knew what it was up to, and that even if the people who wrote our Constitution didn't know what was going on, that doesn't mean that the people who wrote the Idaho revised statute didn't know what they were signing on for. And whether or not they were sitting at the Constitutional Convention isn't something that I put enough effort into to figure that one out, but I don't think it necessarily answers the question anyway. Anyway, I think the only other thing I wanted to touch on was how, by agreeing with me, the court is able to save the indictment by turning it into a presentment. As a presentment, there's a lot laxer evidentiary rules and everything else. Much of the complaints we would have about it essentially disappear, and the state has its presentment. And as far as I'm told, one of the reasons why we had a grand jury in this case is because in another case, I had argued that if you don't do a grand jury, you can't have the death penalty, which I still believe. But if you have a presentment, that's also listed. And so the state still gets what it wants. And we get a preliminary hearing, which it seems to me would be worth the candle for us.
I think there was some instruction about present for the grand jury, was it not? They were given that option.
Well, I think they were told about it. So I don't know. The court maybe can find it. I can't find a single presentment in the history of Idaho. So I don't know if they've really ever been used.
I don't know.
And I hadn't really even thought about what they are or what they meant until taking up this argument. But from what I could tell, going back to the field code and looking at everything else in the statutes that we have on hand, I mean, essentially, it's like grand jury light. Typically, for the presentment, the idea for who is getting the presentment seems to come from the grand jury members themselves. They just come in with some information about somebody, they make an accusation like it's a complaint, and then it goes off and it gets treated more like a complaint than it does an indictment. I don't know if the court found anything otherwise, but that's the way that it appears to supposed to work. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's ever done one, but I do think that what the state accomplished in the indictment in this proceeding would easily meet the requirements for present. And I don't think we would have any real ability to argue with them. I mean, the grand jury itself can just come in and say, these are some facts I heard from my neighbor, and I think that guy committed a crime, and that's enough to start the wheels of justice. And I'm relatively certain we've met that requirement. And so if the court does that, then the state still has a piece of paper that says the death penalty can be sought in the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. And a preliminary hearing would be offered to give us the ability to take a closer look at this case than what was given at the actual grand jury. So, you know, and everybody could win. I do have that as an option for the court. Does the court have any questions? It looks like you might.
I might on your reply.
Okay.
We'll see.
That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Nye?
Thank you, Your Honor. As much as I enjoy the frolic through legislative history, as a trial attorney, we usually have a shortcut, and that is we check to see if the Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on the issue, and in this case, it has multiple times. So in Edmondson, the Supreme Court said, and I quote, "The purpose of the grand jury proceeding is to determine whether sufficient probable cause exists to bind the defendant over for trial. The determination of guilt or innocence is saved for a later day. As long as the grand jury has received legally sufficient evidence, which in and of itself supports a finding of probable cause, it is not for an appellate court to set aside the indictment." This court is bound by that holding. The Idaho Supreme Court applied that holding in 2 subsequent cases, Martinez and Jones, both cited in my brief. The Court of Appeals has applied that holding repeatedly. This court is also bound by its holdings.
Right.
The only other thing I would add is
Exactly. Let's fill up the court's time with some more Mad Dog. With some more Mad Dog Tan. I don't need his goon showing up. I really want to watch that on a movie night sometime, you guys. Back to the Future 3. I love it. Buford Tannen. Yeah, it's the terms of service. It says it pretty clearly. I have laundry. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sherry K. I appreciate that. Terms of service. Yeah, the SRMR data is what we're looking for now. The SRMR data, everybody. If you have any updates on the SRMR data, please send them in. It is very crucial right now.
To summarize Mr. Robinson's arguments, Idaho law supports it as long as you ignore the Idaho Supreme Court. California law supports it as long as you ignore the California Supreme Court. Idaho's constitutional history supports it as long as you ignore the founding fathers. I could go on, but there's nothing to see here. The Idaho Supreme Court is on this, and this court is not. Unless the court has any questions, I'll respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Nye.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Logston, you want to add anything else?
Well, that's just not what happened. I mean, Judge, courts say things all the time. We call it dicta. When a court is listing off.
Sometimes we call it the law.
Sometimes. But what we're talking about when we talk about evidence is we're talking about dicta. I mean, nobody was arguing in that case that probable cause was the standard. They were arguing over whether or not it's fair that some people get a prelim and some people get a grand jury. That's what that argument was about. And the guy didn't come in and say, oh no, I got a grand jury and the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. But that's too, I don't like that. I'd rather have a prelim with a probable cause standard. That doesn't occur in that case for various, I'm sure, fantastic reasons. And the same thing happens in these later cases. I mean, it gets responded to. And yeah, like I said, the Supreme Court adopted a rule, but it's never tested the constitutionality of its own rule. It's never heard arguments on any of these things. It's not stating a holding after an argument. What it's doing is it's just reviewing what it believes the law to be, that nobody's picking a fight about it. I'm picking a fight about it.
And you may have to do that to the Supreme Court.
How much longer does he talk? Oh, my Lord. It's the whole
That's
time.
what you're building for. Because you know that I
it's
am
the whole
constrained
time.
by existing law. I can't.
Listen, I have to watch it, okay? I have to watch it. But this dude literally talks for another 10 minutes. I'm sorry, everybody. We'll get to some interesting shit after this.
It just
Oh, my
changed
Lord.
the law.
Oh, my
as
Lord.
A trial court.
I'm telling you, it was more exciting when we read the Twitter updates. I'm sorry. We'll get to some interesting shit here in a minute. Oh, this is horrible.
It's established, and I would say that
We're not watching.
in Edmonds,
I'm gonna make a promise to you all. We are never watching this one again unless we absolutely need to. Oh my gosh. 45 minutes.
There wasn't an argument because it was settled law. I mean, I think that's really the problem. So, of course, a lot happened from 1880, 1890 to now, but the law doesn't always just sit still. I mean, it evolves. And
All right. Well, look, sheer luck. We don't have to be throwing out content creators and comparing your stuff to other people's. We don't have to do that. I've already told you the last few times that you've shown up in the show that you do great work. Like, every time, even though there's the history, I've been cool, man. I've been giving you 150, telling you that you do great work. I don't think anybody's been questioning anything, so I don't know. I'm just going to respectfully remove the comments that you're mentioning other people and comparing your work to, because I don't think that's very respectful, sir. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove those real quick. And it's fine, because we're taking a pause out of some very unimportant shit here. So I don't mind doing this real quick. But yeah, man, really, when it comes to the other stuff of you comparing yourself to other content creators and your work compared to those, that's just not very respectful. So that's why I went ahead and deleted those, and I will continue to delete any of them that will continue to be posted. So be about the respect, peace, positivity, and progress. That's all I ask. That's all I ask of anybody that comes into this chat. It's about the community. All right? And thank you so much, Anna. Let me get back to that real quick. I did see that pop up. Thank you so much for the 249 PPP. I appreciate that. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have this logo. It's about the PPP. So let's be about the PPP, because if you're not, we all know what happens. That big motherfucking Doc Martin boot comes out and goes kapoof. We don't like doing that. We like using the heart, baby.
That may be just what happened naturally. I don't agree that the language of the statute is completely clear too. I mean, I think you can interpret it different ways, and a lot of people have interpreted that language different ways. Whether it's beyond a reasonable doubt or a probable cause. And you can argue with me about that. I mean, I'm kind of baiting you about that. So,
Judge, the cases that say that are very self-serving. These are courts that are essentially openly hostile to the idea of using a beyond reasonable doubt standard. And so they make claims like to warrant really means to permit the trial jury to see it. That's not the wording of this statute. The California case gets written in the backdrop of a statute being passed in the 1940s that says probable cause is what you're going to look at when you're deciding whether or not these indictments should stand. So it really doesn't, whether or not the grand jury is being told something else to some extent turns into a moot point. The reality is, just because the courts didn't like what the legislature had adopted, and in our case, unlike California, unlike New York, what was part of the concept of due process in our Constitution was written. Just because the Supreme Court doesn't like it, doesn't mean it's somehow settled law because it refuses to follow it. It has to actually have a case and determine it. Now, occasionally, they can pass rules like they did, and so that's where this whole question of whether or not this is a substantive right and a procedural right. But they never ruled on it. And Your Honor has the ability to look at the whole mess, the totality, and say, what is the law? What was the law in 1890? And when did it change? I don't think what the court can write is an opinion that says, well, we don't know when or how it changed, but by 1890, clearly the probable cause was the same. There has to be something where the Supreme Court considers these things in order for it to be settled law in a way that in which Your Honor would be right and say, I can't do anything about it. They've never settled this question because nobody ever brought it up. Because it's really hard to get a copy of the field code in 1913. I don't know. But
there was, I can't remember the name right at the moment, but in the 1950s, there was dicta where the appellate judge said, No, that's not the standard because they were using beyond a reasonable doubt in that case. Anyway, there was a discussion in that case about what the standard of proof is or should be in the grand jury. So there have been touches of that along the way, I think, but you're right. There's not a whole lot of law until maybe Edmondson that was pretty clear, and then as Mr. Nye pointed out, a couple of decisions after that. We've got a case, I think it was 1987, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate your argument. I mean, it's interesting. I'm constrained by the law, though. Back to that. You're making a record. That's good.
Judge. Having the decision held some things. It's true, but nobody was arguing about that standard of proof. The fact that they stated while they're walking through what a grand jury is versus what a preliminary hearing is, that doesn't settle what the standard is. Just because they said it doesn't make it the law. I think their jurisdiction is limited, and yet broader than the United States Supreme Court. Although if you read that most recent opinion where Judge Stegner doesn't agree with any of them about what their jurisdiction is like, it gets kind of complicated. But the point is, they can't just say in an opinion where nobody's arguing anything. Oh, and by the way, the law of the land is this. Nobody briefed this issue in evidence. Nobody briefed it in any of the cases that came after it. They didn't set in stone via that opinion what the standard is. They tried by adopting the rule. The rule is the question. The court has to try to figure out, is it a procedural right or a substantive right? The court says it's a procedural right. And essentially what the court is saying is that the courts get to decide how much it takes for one of us to be thrown in the lockup, put to death, etc. Which I can't find any case that has ever said that. They've all said that the standards being set by the Constitution or the legislature, setting these standards over and over and over again. So for the Idaho Supreme Court to issue a rule setting the standard of proof, even though there is a statute that says otherwise, they can't do that. That didn't become something that, I mean, they did it, but the court is in a position to consider whether or not they could do it. The court can tell the Idaho Supreme Court this rule isn't constitutional. Courts can do that. I mean, we consider bail issues. We consider bail on appeal, things like that. Statute versus procedural rights. Those things occur. And the lower court can look at that like anybody else can. Who's in the right? Is it the legislature or is it the court? So I think the court can decide all these things. But if the court's going to say they can't, I hope you'll at least write a 32-page order in which you explain how right I am about everything except that. Thank you.
I'll work on that. Thank you. I appreciate the argument. I think it's really creative. And I appreciate the journey back through history. I think it is an important factor in determining what the law is and why the law was established the way it was. But even you, okay, and I've heard this, but even in your brief, and this is your quote, okay, that the whole of modern jurisprudence on the issue is against it, as well as the least one founding father of this state. So I get it. I mean, what it comes down to me is that I am constrained by what I believe is settled law in Idaho. I may be wrong, but this is certainly an issue that you would have to bring up with a higher court, like the Idaho Supreme Court, and I look forward to getting that from your perspective settled in Idaho. We'll see. There's the rule, of course, which is we've talked about, but this argument really is fighting against some case law too. You may say that it's all dicta. I mean, that's debatable, I suppose. But the Idaho criminal rules, specifically Rule 6.5A, expressly states that probable cause is the standard, not beyond a reasonable doubt, and for a grand jury's indictment. And I think I have 3 or 4 recent, because this argument has been circulating in the state. I think I've had 3 or 4 district judge decisions denying the motion and the argument. So I am going to deny that argument. I think the argument is good, but I can't go that far. Not today. I'll give you a written decision. I can't guarantee it's going to be 32 pages. It might be longer. It might be shorter. So we'll see. But it's always enjoyable to have an argument with you, Mr. Longston. So I think that's all we have to do still. Ms. Taylor?
That's it for today, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir. We're done for today.
Okay, nothing else to address then. Okay, well, I hope you all got a touch of Idaho history and the law and how it works, and our Idaho and United States Constitution. So go out and learn some more. Okay, thank you all. We're adjourned.
Yeah, that definitely was freaking rough having to sit through that. We're going to switch to a couple breaking news things, and then we're going to get to some of the old press conferences. We're going to get into the old notes, new notes part of the show here in a minute. Give me 1 second. We're going to get to some of this breaking news that's came out from this manhunt real quick. Nothing much. From what I hear, they're focusing on a certain area again, but yeah, we'll see. Let me see. We got a new press conference coming up in about an hour. So here is some of the new updates from the manhunt here. And we'll get to this fresh notes, old notes part.
If the bullet had been in either direction, I definitely would not have survived. We got a table to flip over, and we had a booth in that corner that we used to put a wall up. But it really isn't much protection. Any minute I was waiting to see his face come around that corner, and that was the most daunting part.
Victims sharing their harrowing tales of survival after a man opened fire at a bowling alley and local bar in Lewistown, Maine on Wednesday night. 2 counties are under lockdown for a second day. Schools in that area are also shut down, with the alleged killer, Robert Card, still on the loose. A relative of the shooter even sharing a possible motive. ABC's Rena Roy has the latest from Lewiston.
The massive search for 40-year-old Robert Card intensifying. The alleged mass shooter on the run for 2 days now. Late Thursday, SWAT teams and armored vehicles swarming a home in Bowdoin, Maine, reportedly connected to the suspect. But still no sign of Card. Hundreds of law enforcement officers combing the area by land, air, and sea.
I want to assure all that a tremendous amount of law enforcement manpower, time, and effort is being
in that Maine massacre, as we are now in day 2 here of this search.
We're just
that
switching to a live
continues.
feed real
right
quick.
now.
Hold on.
Skyfox images are showing just around this park area of law enforcement that is in the area. We want to continue our conversations right here on Live Now from Fox, giving you the latest updates all in real time and really to get some insight of what is going on there on the ground from the law enforcement angle right now. We do have security expert and a former SWAT team member here, Mark Herrera. Thank you again for joining us on Live Now from Fox.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me, Mike.
All right, so let's get right into it here. A terrible, terrible tragedy taking place there in Maine with this mass shooting. Now the suspect on the run here, and the search, I mean, it is being brought on by the state police, federal authorities, so many local, all in the mix there to try to get this guy.
Absolutely, Mike. Listen, an active shooter situation obviously presents a grave and immediate threat to the safety of all of those communities and individuals that are within the vicinity of that area. So there are some dangers, a lot of dangers associated with that. The collaboration and the coordination of your local, state, and federal agencies is critical, and the emergency messaging and planning that's going to go out to the communities is critical. There's a very narrow timeline, so they really need to apprehend and neutralize or eliminate this potential threat because of obviously his skill set.
All right, we have some situation right here, Mark. I know you can see right here the moment here that Skyfox is showcasing us here. We have a situation here where officers with guns have approached here an individual. So let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this right now. I know you can see the images here, so very tense situation going on right now.
Yeah, it depends on the intel and the information that they've received. The individual that they could be looking at could be your suspect.
No.
Maybe not.
No.
However, I can tell you right now that
I'm going to tell you right now it's not the fucking suspect, because if it was, all those dudes standing there would be circling his fucking ass. He's not the suspect. He's probably somebody that crossed over the boundary. Quit being frickin' destructive with your reporting, people.
in and around the area that he's located. This
Come
thing
on.
was very well coordinated on his end and very well planned, because typically
What the heck?
you don't go this long
That could be
without
the suspect,
apprehending an active
everybody.
shooter. This thing was very planned and coordinated. So yeah, they're going to comb the area. They may have some intel. They might have found someone that fits that particular profile, but they're going to approach this with caution. So you'll know here in a few if indeed that is our suspect.
Yeah, and as we look more at it, it's hard to see with the tree cover here right now, but it looked like someone had a dog there and maybe was just walking by the trail, didn't know what was going on there, and just seeing the huge police presence. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that if we get more intel about that area. But I want to go back to our talks here on just really the search for this suspect. And when you're dealing with someone that has already killed 18 people, injured 13, this person is a guaranteed wild card. They killed before, they're going to kill again if they have the opportunities. So how do you deal with someone that is just so off kilter?
The individual has come to terms with the fact that there is only one obvious outcome once he commits that. So with that, there's a total disregard for human life and safety on his part. Law enforcement has got to approach this in such a way that they do not compromise or jeopardize their responders. In this case, working on a tactical team, I can tell you right now, I'd be very cautious about deploying my entry team, even when you have that intel, without completely combing that area to assure that there are no devices planted and or it's not an ambush. But there are a lot of other things that can also be done if he's barricaded and he's confined as well, Mike. Keep in mind that the deployment of gas, is an option. And the deployment of gas, if he doesn't come out once they find where he's located or a general area of where he could be located, if he doesn't come out, then he's prepared for that. He's either not present or he's got the proper gas mask in place to prevent that from happening. So a very strategic, coordinated effort. You have to be able to identify and locate this individual quickly. For the communities, they have to be very highly vigilant in their level of awareness.
Well, they need more information because I'm switching to this. If you were watching the frickin' press conference earlier, what were you gonna get out of that? I don't understand. It was a bunch of talking about a lake. It was talking about there's a road there and the miles per hour is pretty low, so we should be able to have an effective search. We just need to be able to see to the bottom of the lake. We just need to be able to see the bottom of the lake. Why are you reporting it's an S note when it was a rant to his son and then giving his son information like his banking information, shit that would benefit him that he can't use when he's on the run? So you think that the dude tied cinder blocks to his feet and said gung ho? I don't get it. I don't understand. This is a live view of the only helicopter that is flying over the area right now. It's flying over Durham. Right here. It's flying over an area above Durham, North Carolina, where Hollowell Road and Highway 9 intersect. Or Highway 136 and Highway 9 intersect. And they just got there. So I don't know. There's nobody else in the area. You got a helicopter way up here. Let's switch to that one real quick. Let's see what they have over here. They're just flying straight somewhere. I doubt they're going to Canada. They've just circled a couple times. It ain't much. And look at all that wooded area. Look at all the wooded area. What's up, Lauren? I don't know. When they first started talking about this case, they were calling it a multi-state search. So that's what even led me to zoom back out and be like, whoa, what other states are they talking about? Where's this at, right? I don't know where Lewiston, Maine is. So I zoomed out and I'm like, holy shit, it's close to Canada. Multi-state. So you're telling me it takes longer to get to another state than it does to get to frickin' Canada, and you're going to tell me that he went to another state? How is it a multi-state search? What's up, Swampside? How is it a multi-state search? Look at this wooded area. They're saying it's an S note. Then why do your locations keep changing? Why did you, like, I didn't even know this until this morning. They went to a house last night, right? Remember when the first night we were talking about shots being fired at Turkey Lane or somewhere, Turkey something. That really did have something to do with this, right? We didn't think after time it had anything to do, but we heard on dispatch while we were live, we heard on dispatch that there was some talk about it. 3 shots fired, Turkey Lane or whatever. We went where they found the car, which was at a boat ramp, which wasn't too far. You know, he could have literally traveled over to Turkey Lane, fired a couple shots. Then all of a sudden there's a report of an S note being out, and you're like, wait a minute. Okay, there's an S note. Then you start reading or going into what the note's about, and it hasn't, as far as I know, it has nothing to do about S. It has everything to do with saying, I can't take this shit no more. Here, son, I can't use these from what I'm going to do. Here. I don't see nothing where it says S in it. And then your locations keep changing. You go to a house where you think he's at, and then everybody leaves, and then you go right back to it. Like, what the? What is it? Like, seriously, we have some of the most amazing technology at our disposal, and this is the product of the use of that technology? This is what we get in return for the fucking smarts it takes to make up this technology. This is what we get from it. This is the end result. This is the byproduct of technology meeting 2023 fucking Lewiston, Maine investigations. What the fuck? A lot of this shit. This is crazy. We'll go back to this and see what he says. There's nothing really going on here. It's just circling a couple times in the same spot. We'll see if there's anything new here, and then we're going to get back to the fresh notes, old notes.
Because again, this individual has come to terms with the fact that he could carry this on even further, and who knows
Thank
what
you,
else he
Ticket
has
7.
planned. This could just be a precursor to what he's actually planning. That's something that needs to be considered.
Yeah, that's so true, Mark.
So why would you say that if there's an S note, Fox? Why would you even say that then? Why would that even be a possibility if an S note is what you're reporting? How is that even a possibility then? Because wouldn't his next plan not include that, right? If
And when we talk about mass shootings and when they take place in schools or a movie theater that we've seen in the past, for the most part, those shootings
we'll be
where
done
the
in a minute.
or suspects, they want to die right there. Either they're going to get in a shootout with police or they're going to pull the gun on themselves. This one was different because we had multiple scenes and then the suspect wanted to flee that.
Mike, you said it best. The thing about it is typically they're apprehended within minutes, right? Maybe within the hour. That wasn't the case here. He did not plan on immediately dying. So is there another objective to his means
So which is it?
of this low grade type of attack? It's very possible. Law enforcement and your communities have got to be cognizant of that this may just be the beginning of what he's actually trying to accomplish. He will be apprehended. But again, the most important thing right now, and another thing, Mike, that we've got to focus on is not losing sight on the copycat, all right? Because this is a high profile active shooter event that's going to definitely inspire other disturbed individuals to commit similar acts. And I'll tell you, when I was on a news outlet not too long ago, they asked me about, because I do all the active shooter training around the world, and they asked me, the political and social issues, the mental health situation is going to be off the grid.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody. I got booted again. My own shit. We're just gonna go ahead and get to this. These fresh notes, old notes. There's nothing going on. One thing I do want to say is I was kind of looking over to see if there was any updates, breaking news or anything. I do want to say I don't know what's going to take place in the future with the world. Um, but I just want to say please reach out to all your loved ones today. Make sure that you tell them that you love them. Spend a minute having a conversation. Um, there's I don't know, there's some shit going on overseas that I think is um I don't know, it's or something is about is going to. So just reach out to your loved ones tonight. Tell them you love them. Um I don't know. It's going to be a changing point in history. So um yeah. So we're going to get to these old notes here real quick. Fresh notes, old notes. And what I'm going to do is we're going to watch one of the coroner's interviews. We've watched it before. Whoops. One of the coroner's interviews. We watched it before. And we're also going to be checking out the press conferences, like when they announced the arrest. One of them, two of them actually, leading up to the arrest. But we're going to watch the coroner first, then we're going to watch the press conference of the arrest, and then the ones before and after. The two before. And then there's two after. One during, one after, actually, as well. 12/19, 12/16. All right. So this is the coroner from back then. This is 11 months ago. November 15th is when she did this this interview. Ooh, I'm hidden. Yes, prayers for your brother, Aaron. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why we're not sending it's I don't know. It's going to be it's going to change history, that's for sure. So, yes. Prayers for the bro. We don't talk political on here, so it's a political topic. If you just go to your live, you'll see what I'm talking about. Something's about to pop off, so.
Kathy, with a C, Mabbutt, Mabbutt.
And I'm going to ask you, how long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
5 or 5:30. Why not? We've asked that before.
Can you walk us through, like,
yes,
for
prayers.
viewers, kind of the process between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing their examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's those are really that's what my job is, to
And
look at
then
the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So, in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was it's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're running all 4 deaths, you said?
Yes.
And can you give us a manner of death? Yeah.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
stabbings.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder suicide or?
No, they're 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes, it's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be some Washington, a delay. So,
Well, she even admitted it herself. She's getting her information from them. We'll know more after the press conference. Just pay attention to the verbiage here. It's very interesting.
As they were until the coroner gets there. So those are really that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So, in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was
See what I mean? How do you...
It's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
you're rolling all 4 deaths, homicides?
Yes.
How do you call it in?
I believe that the press release was...
That's why I keep saying, how do you call it in for unconscious unless it's the other thing that I was talking about that I made a video about? Like, how do you? If you go off of what she is saying, how do you call it in for an unconscious unless it has something to do with something else? Unless it has something to... Maybe it has nothing to do with the substances, but maybe somebody knew the law? Just because you call it in for something doesn't mean it shows up as something. As long as you make the call, it doesn't have to be one of those things where it's like, well, if you make the call and then it turns out to be true, okay, well, then you're covered. If you make the call and it turns out not to be true, okay, well, you're still covered because you still called it in as. So maybe it wasn't about the substances, even though it was about the substances. Maybe it was for a reason. I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't see how you can call it in as an unconscious with anything that she's saying in this interview. I don't get it. I don't understand it. StreamYard's really driving me crazy. It is so buggy right now. I'll probably end the show here in a few, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be back tonight. I probably will, but it's probably going to be last minute. I'm going to take the rest of the day to kind of get a lot of the stuff done in the background for the show. I think we're going to have a members only tomorrow night, honestly. I'm really thinking that. But if I do get on tonight, which I probably will, I'll be honest, it'll end up being a last minute. So if you are around YouTube tonight and you see, just come on in and hang out, but it probably will be last minute. I did a lot of streaming yesterday. Woo. We got plenty to do right now. Long day today, too. Thank you all for hanging out. And we have a press conference coming up, too, in about a half hour.
It's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're rolling all 4 deaths on the sides?
Yes.
And can you give us a manner of death?
I believe that the press release was that they were from a
press release
sharp object. So
stabbings.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be a
So
stabbings?
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder suicide?
No, they're 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post-autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes, it's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be some a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if those were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them, approximately?
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have any could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Is there any sort of time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you said the scene,
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Praise.
I mean, is this something you've had to deal with before in Moscow?
Since I've been coroner, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that I've been involved in. So
yeah, she didn't need to go. She didn't need to go. That's what she says. I didn't need to go. They had to do what they had to do, right? 5:30. 5:30. 5:30. When the call to LE 911 11:58. Come on. 5:30. Stephen Smith's coroner showed up quicker than that. You know what I'm saying? Stephen Smith's coroner. That coroner showed up quicker than that.
Would you say this is probably the most gruesome?
no, it's hard to just single it out. It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene.
She's so experienced, it's hard to single it out. Wow. It's a lot of experience.
would you say this is probably the most gruesome?
Oh, it's hard to just single it out.
Wow.
It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene. There have been the other ones have had multiple scenes.
And was anybody else injured that you not assist people?
Oh, thank you for the
Not that
gifted
I'm aware of,
membership, Skip
but
Kitty.
I wouldn't necessarily be notified either.
I didn't know if that was like because the injuries could be similar to you.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
Were the deceased all in close proximity to each other, or were they in different rooms?
Oh, look at that. Danny just got one.
I don't know that I can discuss that.
Dashing Teresa, party of 5, Sunny Cat. Cool. Thank you, Kip Kitty. Wow, she's just.
Will we be able to get a copy of your report once it's completed? Sure.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just call.
Yes.
Yep, just call. This is 12:10. Interview with Chief Fry on 12:10.
Tell us about.
And you'll notice this is the one that Crime Circus was talking about, the tarot card, but I'm not even talking about the tarot card.
The weekend. So many people in town. What's happening as far as public safety during this time?
Yes,
I don't know that kind of shit.
The university. It's our commencement weekend, and we're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
Where are we at in the investigation right now?
We're working steady on the investigation still. We're still receiving tips. We're still receiving items in from, down at the lab. Things are continuing. We're still pushing forward, and we're at the normal process of investigation. We're still doing a lot of interviews, and I'm talking to a lot of people.
Doing a lot of stuff down at the lab. 12:10.
What about the number of people involved at this point?
We still have the same amount of staff. Idaho State Patrol, our local Moscow Police Department detectives, and FBI, not only here locally, but still across our nation, across our state.
12:16.
Students are returning home for winter break. Does that present challenges for the investigation?
I think it's always a little bit of a challenge. We went through this, right after Thanksgiving and all that, but we have investigators all across the nation. We have investigators all across the state with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that, and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. We're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people into those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
What kind of progress has been made regarding the search for information about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have looked at massive amounts of video footage, especially in the critical camera areas, and we looked at the 24 hours prior to and 24 hours after of those, and now we're extending that out even further to other cameras and other time frames.
Oh, sorry, hold on. I still have this. Okay, this is 12, 16, 22. 12, 16, 22. What's up, Tiffany? Yeah, it's just I just seen something pop up on my list. Look, I'm not a political show, so I won't go into politics, but I just wanted to say, I see what's about to pop off. I see what's, the background of stuff, and I just wanted to say, just reach out to the people you love and just tell them that you love them. You know what I'm saying? Just reach out to the people that you love, tell them you love them today. You never know what tomorrow brings, Come on, StreamYard.
What kind of manpower does it take to really deal with all of the the video coming in and the tips?
We have massive amounts of people looking at this. Multiple different groups looking at the different videos in different locations, just because we have investigators all across the nation that are reviewing these videos for us and sending us back information on that.
Okay. Now, this is one from 12/19.
Where are we at with?
Okay. Let me make sure. This is 12/19. Okay. And what I'm going to do, please hit the like if you haven't yet. I appreciate it. It's a free way to help. Somebody. The ums. This is 12/19. What we're going to do is after we're done with this press conference, I'm going to take a short break to eat some lunch. And I will put out the notification during this show. We're going to be covering the live manhunt coming up here in about a half an hour. So after this is done, I'm going to end the Idaho4 episode with the breaking news, and then we're going to switch to strictly live manhunt for this afternoon. So we're going to finish this 12/19. Pay attention. This is close.
The number of tips that have come in and leads.
We've had right around 10,000 tips come in. We're reviewing all those tips. We're checking to ensure that we have individuals who look at those tips and any piece of evidence that they can link to this case, they're doing so.
What about the video evidence? How is that reviewed? What do you do with it?
So we have a special team of individuals who are skilled at watching videos, collecting evidence and information out of those videos and linking them together so that we can tie every piece together for this investigation.
What do you have for an update about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have many tips.
Listen to that again.
So we have a special team of individuals who are skilled at watching videos, collecting evidence and information out of those videos and linking them together so that we can tie every piece together for this investigation.
Skilled. They are skilled. They weren't skilled enough to pull a fucking photo. What happened there? They weren't skilled.
Investigation.
What do you have for an update about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have many tips that have come in on the 2011 to the 2013 Hyundai Elantra. But what we're asking is anybody else who still hasn't sent in a tip, if you own one or if you know somebody who was driving one the day before or the day after, to please send that tip in.
What about the holidays? What does that mean for the investigation and all the people working on it?
That does not change anything for us. We're going to continue to push through the holidays. We have a team that will continue to do the investigation and work on that as we move through the holidays.
And finally, why is it important to keep video digital submissions part of the investigation as it's sorted through?
Well, as our individuals are sorting through that, all that information could be one key piece for this investigation. So they're reviewing all that, they're looking at that, and they're looking for any keys that tie together any specific investigative pieces that we need to solve this case.
Look at Brian Koberger's.
All right. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the Idaho4 episode. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be coming back here in a little bit after lunch. We'll be covering the live manhunt. We'll have the dispatch up. We'll have the flight radar going. We'll have the live feed going. And we're going to be seeing if there's anything that's going to happen with this manhunt. We'll go ahead and check that out. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, Commercial Zone, for your call. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for your support, the kind words, and just always being there. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank you for so much of your time today. I'd love to do it every Friday if you're available. Thank you, everybody. See you in a little bit.